typing an entire conversation in the tagline where you simply put the title of the message, right? But this is reality, right? Understanding productive tools and platforms, major need. Understanding how to use a mobile device, medium need. Why I say medium need? Because majority of our students, 90% of our students in our own context, have access to a mobile device. They can even use it much, much more better than some academics. Understanding AI and the use of learning. Now this is quite interesting for me. We visited a school in quite a rural area, and we asked the student, do you know what AI is? And believe me, they knew what AI is. We asked the students, what do you use, what AI platform you use? They said, we use Meta AI. And then we asked them, do your teachers know that you're using it? No, they don't. Right? So this is important because we need to understand the shifts that are taking place in the everyday life of our learners. And they're using Meta AI for their own work, right? Now, if we understand this, one of the things that we need to think about is, do we have sufficient time in higher education, similar to the question that I posed the last time, to develop the foundational skills while students are grappling with first-year experience at higher education? We don't. So we need to think carefully of how we bring in this transition from basic education to higher education and prepare students for that jump. Now, I threw this image out because one of the biggest excuses that we have in the South African context, and we're also guilty of this at higher education, is to say that our students do not have access and they simply don't and cannot get access. This is an image of students at UNISA doing an online course. Now, what's the one common thing that you'll notice in all three photos? What's the common thing that you notice in all three photos? Yes, exactly, the shacks. But this is the important thing. I asked you, what is the common thing that you notice in all three photos? Immediately, all of you went to the deficit, the bad context, the shacks. But nobody spoke about the technology that all three students are using. Digital resilience. So students, irrespective of where they're coming from, they are finding ways to adapt. So we need to rethink the excuse that we play on the table that students don't have access, because they are finding ways to transition into the access, into this environment. Now, with that said, understanding the educational context, there are major elements that we need to think about as we start to plot, this particular Commission 4 theme. And what I want to do is quickly flag these areas. Firstly, is institutional assessment AI readiness, school readiness. Are our schools prepared for the transition? I don't think we're prepared for that transition enough. So the question is, how do we address the deficit of ICT infrastructure, institutional expertise, etc.? The second is the awareness and capacity. We do not have the capacity. We need to start diminishing the silos between basic education and higher education. The AI curriculum enhanced integration. One of the critical challenges is we do not focus on AI enhanced curriculum, and we need to think about it. How do we enhance our curriculum using AI? AI research and innovation, we need to think of how do we move from simply following what the West does to start researching what we need that is contextually relevant for our own context. We also need to start thinking of data infrastructure and scalability, and we also need to start thinking of policy and regulations. This is the bigger model that we need to start thinking of if we're talking about the future. There is no one-size-fits-all in this context. But these are key issues that we need to start talking about. Now, how do we frame the shift? And I thought, when I thought about this, I thought about the theory of change that we need to adapt to. How would we shift, how would we frame the shift as a country? How would we frame the shift in the education sector? The first thing that we need to do is we need to rephrase this word. Not future, but now skills. Because the moment we say future, we think that a student can graduate grade 12 and have the skills. But the problem is, when you graduate grade 12 and acquire the skills that you have now, your skills are already outdated. So we need to start thinking about not skills that are already in position, but skills that are future in a sense that are progressively developing. Now, the first thing that we need to think about is applied competencies, problem solving. How do we apply knowledge and competencies to solve real world problems? The second thing that I thought is important for us is to start talking about knowledge management and retrieval skills. We're living in an era where we have a knowledge industry, knowledge capital, but how do we train students to manage knowledge in an age of information overflow? We can't blame students for simply copying and pasting and plagiarizing if we don't teach them the value of how to filter through knowledge, right? The third is process-orientated skills. How do we move students from simply looking for information to understand the processes behind the information and attaining the information? So it's good to use generative AI, but then how do you understand the process of getting that information? We need to move our students to process-oriented skills. And these are graduate attributes that are not just in the context. These are globally benchmarked graduate attributes. And then critically thinking skills. How do we assess the validity of the information produced through, for example, generative AI? How do we teach our students what is African content knowledge? What is indigenous knowledge developed in the system? Where are the biases within the AI-generated content? These are the type of conversations that we need to have with our students, because when they come into higher education, they are confronted with these challenges. Now, we also need to start thinking of simulated learning. So in addition to those 4 shifting paradigms, we need to start thinking of simulated learning. And when I start thinking of simulated learning, I start to think of how we can rethink our STEM subjects in a context that makes sense. Now, these are photographs of actual training that took place at UNISA. The first thing that we need to think about is how do we rethink resources to enhance our learning outcomes? How do we think of low-tech opportunities? We do have sophisticated equipment, but the reality is we're living in a country where low-tech needs to be capitalized much, much more. And I do not think we are making justice of what we have. So how do we work with low-tech? One of the things that we did and exploring at UNISA, a case study of how students use Lego as part of mathematics simulation. So you use Lego and you use a generative platform such as ChatGPT or Copilot to measure the different breadth, the width, the depth, etc. Simply by building infrastructures of a bridge, building infrastructures of whatever it is, and using that to kind of assess and evaluate. So the AI systems are not just simulated in the sense that you're simulating, but you're now working towards a personalized kind of AI tutoring system as part of this, right? Then we need to think of how do we push student boundaries in thinking applications and application skills. One of the elements that we work with very strongly is with hackathons. And believe me, if you know what an hackathon is, you know what an hackathon is here? Okay, perfect. One of the things that we've worked with is first-year students coming out of school, fresh into university, to assess the kind of knowledge that they have from a schooling system. Now, believe me, sometimes you undermine the ability of your student to respond to contextually relevant situations. Because when these first-year students come to university, and we get them just fresh out of coming from school, they come with brilliant ideas. Ideas that are not your conventional, not your traditional ideas. The question is, how do we shape those ideas even within the schooling system so that when they get to the university, these are becoming much, much more stronger building blocks? Because obviously that knowledge is shaped in the schooling system before it comes into higher education. These are first-year students coming to university. The next thing that we need to start thinking about is the observation through this. Through teacher-learner collaboration, and what we did was we took teachers to work with students as part of these hackathons and Lego simulations. So it wasn't just students working alone, it was working together. And this is where we saw much, much more enhanced kind of collaborations. The last point on that slide is partnerships. One of the things I want to talk about here is that we know that we're living in a context where we have lack of resources. But if we start placing the deficit on we do not have labs, we do not have AI data centers, then we simply, and we wait for that to be developed. The reality is this not going to be developed. The reality is this is not going to be developed immediately. So the question is, instead of waiting for our students to have a wider gap between university and schools, between Africa and the rest of the globe, how do we shift so that our students have immediate access? And my proposition is that maybe we need to start thinking of how do you partner with higher education institutions that are building these sophisticated labs and AI data centers? How do you partner with NGOs that are working towards a much more structured response to these spaces? So the question is, while we have the lack of resources, how do we shift the discourse to start collaborating more strategically? Now, my last slide is reimagining capacity development for a shifting education era. So when we start thinking of capacity development, for us, it needs to be twofold. You can't think of teacher development outside the scope of student development. You need to think of how do you bring a teacher alongside a learner developing together, especially in a technology space. Now here's the beauty of it, and I want to share this with you. We had teachers and students sitting in, if you know, Senate Hall at UNISA, it's quite big. And it was the students who were showing the teachers how to use some of the apps on their phones. So, it's a psychological shift, is that there are some things in terms of application that the teacher knows, and there's some things that your students are, your learners are very well advanced with. So the question is, how do you bring these two competencies together to advance as part of a collaborative learning space? And I think that's a critical point, especially when we start thinking of technology, because this is crucial for us. Now, we're also working towards, and you can see this on your right-hand side of the screen. You can see some of the photos of the training sessions we had. So we developed a program. We took a pilot program for 2 years. We brought in teachers over 2 years, almost 4,000 teachers over 2 years, trained them up, specifically from Gauteng. And then we said, how do we develop a much more stronger model of embracing this kind of shift? So what we did was we put together a short learning program. And these are micro-learning courses. Now, the reason why I'm saying micro-learning courses is because we know that you cannot have a teacher sit in 12 months and then expect the teacher to come out after 12 months for application. You need to take a teacher immediately into the system, quick knowledge transfer, develop the skills, and apply the skills. It is the only way we're going to succeed with not widening the digital gap and progression in this country. So this course, these micro courses that we've developed are threefold. The first one focuses on emerging technologies, where we expose teachers to gamification, where we bring in industry as part of this. And industry is not just a partner. Industry is a real grassroots partner because they work with the schools. So I think the collaboration with industry is critical for us. The second part of this module, the second part of the course, is what we call AI-enhanced teaching and learning. How do you develop AI skills amongst your teachers that is contextually relevant for our African context? That speaks specifically to taking a teacher who sits with their mathematics curriculum in the class with the rest of the teachers and get the student and get the teacher to develop their lesson plans, their learning outcomes as part of a much more broader community of practice. Now the thing with us as UNISA, we can do this on scale, but the question is you can also do this in person, and this is where we're moving towards. Then technology-enhanced teaching and assessment. So if you see the development of a micro-learning course, it is really about thinking of a trajectory of development. And this is what's this built around. Emerging technologies, AI-enhanced teaching and learning, and then moving towards how do you actually apply it in teaching and learning and assessments for your kind of learning outcomes that are really future-oriented. The second part of this, which is the second focus, is really to start thinking about how do we build the competencies of our students parallel to while we're building the competencies of our educators. And what we've done was created what we call a Future Minds Learning Bootcamp. And here, this is twofold. What we normally do is on a Saturday, every third Saturday of the month, we bring in students virtually. Now, listen very carefully to me. We don't bring in students in person. We bring in students virtually. Now, you tell me your students don't know how to use MS Teams and Zoom, you should join our sessions because they can use it better than some of our academics. So they know how to use these platforms. And they come into these sessions in large numbers. And what we are intentionally doing as part of this, and why I want to share this with you is because we need to shift our modeling, is that while we are providing mathematics tutoring by academics, tutoring in mathematics, tutoring in accounting sciences, in management sciences, in biology, etc., right from grade 8 to grade 12. One of the things that we are doing is the first 30 minutes focuses on basic skills in AI to support learning. That first 30 minutes, students are learning, your students, your learners are learning how to use tools like ChatGPT, Meta AI, Copilot to prompt in an ethical academic way. Now think about this. If you've got a learner in a schooling system learning through the process of how to prompt AI, how to engage with AI critically, as opposed to using AI as simply like a Google search and copying and pasting, you've got a graduate coming into the university who is completely skilled with application-based AI. That's the kind of direction that we want to push, is moving towards a complete shift of how do we see AI, not just as generating knowledge, but a personalized kind of tutoring system that can shape the future skills that we need. I think if we shift our focus, not seeing AI as negative, but seeing AI to reinforce what we're doing, it becomes an easier way for us to think about. And one of the questions I know you all asked in my last comment, Chair, is that our students don't have access to these things. But the challenge is, and I said this earlier, we need to think of low-tech compatible mobile platforms. Our students have access to mobile devices. They are using their mobile devices to connect and engage with these teaching sessions. So when we are training teachers, we train students, we are training them on low-tech, on mobile devices. The question is, we can either do two things. We can either sit and say we're waiting for resources, waiting for infrastructure, or start being contextually relevant to the kind of issues that we have and the application of the technology can shift us from where we are now to the projected future graduate to the projected industry specialist that we need. Thanks, colleagues.
Thanks, Dr. Chetty. I'm going to take guidance from the floor. Do you want to engage with us now, or do we go into the second presentation? I'm just worried it was quite intense in terms of an input, and we might lose some of it. So I see a couple of hands. I'm accepting that's an indication we're going to engage. And so, Dr. Chetty, don't go too far away. I'll take 1, 2, and I think it's 3, 4. Let's do that first. We've got a mic coming around to you.
Can I use my teacher voice?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It's really intense. Thanks a lot. I just would like to get some examples of AI-enhanced teachings in the classroom. Some examples so that I would wrap my mind around it better. Thank you.
Thank you, Chip. My name is Reni from Satu. Chip, it's a nice presentation. I think Dr. Chetty understands a lot about this world of technology and what the developments are. What he doesn't understand is the world of the learner, what's in the mind of the learner, and how you assemble tools for learning in the mind of the learner. So there is a disconnect there. As a result, we're seeing a connection where we're saying subordinate the child to this object that I know, ignoring all the other thinking tools like graphs, like language, like syntax, like words that learn in different subjects. So my idea is, not my idea, I mean, the idea is that we got a mind of a child and we're assembling thinking tools. And in that assemblage of thinking tools, this should form part of that set of thinking tools. If we go in that direction, we also protect the teacher, because we got a social arrangement for teaching and learning. And what we're trying to do is say, let's turn this into a physical arrangement so that people can benefit financially from it. And I think that disconnect we must be very wary of, because the transmission of understanding, knowing, and connecting the child to intentions and goals and things is a human effort. And we use the tools to enhance that human connection. So it's more of a caution that because I know something, do not expect the thing to go and shape what is happening in education, because there's a lot that's happening in education. There is a complex situation. We must link what it is that we're thinking about to that situation of teaching and learning in the classroom, the interaction between the teacher, the learner, and context, and how the other elements start to fit in so that we can enhance the thinking of the child. You do this purely, you go and interfere with the education of the child. Just a cautionary note, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that comment. Speaker, question 3.
Thank you, Chair, and also appreciating the presentation. My name is Rian van der Berg. I'm with FETS as the Governing Body Association. I want to start with a naughty comment and say I'm glad to join a commission that for the first time realizes that the future was always unknown. I don't remember the time when we knew what the future was, but the title of the commission says, Preparing for an Unknown Future. We mystify the tools of our time by making it as a past we knew what the future was guaranteed. And we create a digital divide, which you spoke about, and I think we should be, as leaders in the education sector, start talking about the digital bridge. Because technology bridges gaps and not just creates more divides. And I'm hearing too little of the digital bridge with all the tools that we have. Instead, we're creating our own problems and getting stuck into that. So caution, let's not mystify what we have now as if it's new and it's a fad and it's going away. It's already fundamental, my thinking. I think we need to touch on the teacher skills, and kudos for what you do there. But what are we doing about the access for teachers? The ICASA rule says that, I don't know, every network operator must connect about 3,500 schools with internet connectivity. I can understand that the kids don't have that, but that's the office for the teachers. We cannot talk access anymore if ICASA rules stand and the network operators operate. But then also guidance. It's 4 years down the line and we don't have guidance for teachers from the DBE to talk about, can we use it, how do we use it, what is ethical, what is not ethical, and in fact we're just policing the kids. We were very strong on that as a sector. Let's police the cheat GPTers, but instead of using it ourselves. The last point that I want to make, and a question on that, and the previous one is also a question on teacher skills and access and guidance. I'm concerned that we're not introducing tools of our time into the curriculum fundamentally. My daughter wrote grade 9 last year, and she learned the same rhyme on electricity. The bigger the stream, the larger the voltage, the lower the resistance, something like that. And I'm like, but I learned that 40 years ago. And electricity is now very, well, it's actually new in South Africa. In the past year, we didn't have load shedding, but electricity is not something new that we now learn about. It's just part of life, and we learn about the calculations of that, the triangle PVA and whatever. Electricity is just a tool of our time and has been for 150 years. These tools are now tools of our time. When are we learning about the tool in a subject like science, where we learn about prompting, where we learn about the engines behind it, where we learn about the amount of water required for so many words of prompting? And I think we should be questioned, not necessarily just to you, but based on your presentation, when are we introducing this, not as a Saturday event, not as an after-hour event, but a fundamental element of the curriculum?
Yeah, thanks for that, question 4. And then we'll get Dr. Chetty to respond. I'm also not expecting you to respond to all of it. I'll tap into some of you as you sit here, because I don't think we come in here empty.
Thank you very much. I'm Hema Hariram from NAPTOSA, and I'm going to pick up from Rian, but I just want to appreciate the presentation and just make a note. You maybe I just come in late, but at the point where you were lamenting the difficulty, the poor mathematics, or the learners coming in with poor math skills and dropping off, etc. So the problem comes back to us in basic education. And speaking from experience, I trained as an art teacher with fine arts, and then I did an FD in mathematics, and I taught mathematics. So the correlation that I spoke of yesterday is paramount, because if you look at the design on this document, clearly somebody who ever programmed the AI or did it digitally had to have some knowledge of art as well as maths to be able to put this together. So I want to go back to that. If we want to address the system and mathematics, which at the end of the day is going to help the system, is we need to reach our foundation phase teachers. And although as unions we despise the ANA because it was teaching to the test, but what came out of it was teachers struggled with teaching geometrical concepts in the foundation phase, or they shy away from it. And also the difficulty in teaching division, which, if taught properly, is the basis of your algebra. And we need to start there. So if you be serious about helping and we want to go to where we need to be now, I think, as I'm sure in this room and in your space, people with mathematical knowledge and skill need to work together with us to see how best we can assist those teachers to get out of that fear factor that maths is difficult. And unfortunately, that fear factor has been passed on to children, that mathematics is difficult, and it's only for somebody who is clever or intelligent. And that's what we need to start with. So from NAPTOSA's perspective, I want to put that on the table. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Dr. Chetty. I'm going to give you a chance to respond. There are a couple of comments, but there's a question or two as well.
Thanks so much for that. So I think those are critical questions, and I think, and I'm hoping that as you unplot the day to day, that these are some of the things that we will start raising as not just points of concern, but practical timeline interventions. firstly, the AI-enhanced teaching in classroom examples. I think one of the examples that we used was building blocks of Lego and how you use Lego for mathematic concepts, key concepts. And for example, if instead of using a flat diagram with a flat diagram of measuring breadth, width, etc., you build a model and then use a platform like ChatGPT or Copilot. We don't push a particular platform, it's whatever is accessible to a student. The principles apply the same across. But use those platforms to kind of engage with these examples. So the students can now find something tangible in their hand. We tested this principle. A student is easy, it finds the students easier to build a block upon the measurements that you give them, and then use the AI to analyze it, and then apply that mathematics skills and say, did the AI give me an accurate response or not? So that kind of examples that comes in. If I think of reading, for example, one of the core platforms that we use is for reading through the Microsoft platforms of reading, is to use AI to walk the student to how do you read critically? How do you read analytically? So these are some of the applications that we use. There are much, much more, but and I think maybe when I finish the paper, I can share it with you. But the Lego simulation is brilliant because we find that a student prefers to build something on measurements, then use the AI application to assess that, and then say, now using my own knowledge of how this concept can, let me see if I can arrive at that answer. So there's this kind of dual integration or partnership with technology. The second point on the mind of the learner, I agree completely with you. I don't agree with you to the point that I do not know the mind of the learner. That's the point I don't agree with. But I do agree with you that there's a disconnect between technology and humanizing technology. I think in the African context, we need to talk about how do we humanize technology. If we start thinking of humanizing technology, then we will address exactly the challenges of the questions of this just being a tool that is forced on the student, but we now move into the tool as a humanized aspect of who we are. The reality is these are not new conversations. These are conversations that have already started happening all over the world. We are behind with these conversations. We need to think about having these conversations from a contextualized African perspective, South African perspective, and bring in our own dynamics. But in response to that, I completely agree with you. We can't see these tools as just imparting a new mindset on our learners. We must start thinking of, whatever the tool is, of the humanizing element of the tool. There are also, as you mentioned, the cost-effective and the rest of the stuff. And I'm not going to get into the whole capitalist discourse of technology and how we generate and perpetuate all this in our schooling system. I think we can talk about, if we push that capitalist discourse, we can talk about the calculator being a capitalist discourse. Calculator was thought of being a problematic, but we eventually embraced it, right? So these are discourse, but the thing is, we need to have this kind of discussions, and I'm glad these points are raising up because it forces us to think beyond just the tool, beyond just the industry. What is the application of it? The point on digital bridging gaps, exactly, I agree completely with you on those concepts, because I think what we've done was we created technology as though technology exists completely outside of what we are in being humanity. And what we need to start thinking is technology is a tool. How does it solve the problems that we have? If it can solve the problems that we have, then it's not a nice to have, it's a necessity. But as long as we think of technology as a nice to have, as ad hoc, then the problem is we are failing to train our students on the necessity of moving with technology in the space. So I think that point on bridging is quite important. The access to teachers and guidance for teachers, guidelines for, and the policing issue, yeah, I think that's a DBE issue, I must be honest with you. But I think it also rests now, and last year we actually had a mass seminar, a mass conference, and UNISA trains almost a large percent of the teachers in the country. And the question is, but people are saying the teachers are bad, and then and DB says, but then the university produces bad teachers. The question is, we can keep on going in the circle. Somewhere along the line, we need to think about what do students need, what do our teachers need, and the point that I raised there, as long as we have the silos between Department of Basic Education and the Department of Higher Education, we're never going to prepare students for the university, neither are we going to prepare teachers for the school. We need to shift that mentality somewhere, and that silo mentality needs to be broken down between these things. In terms of policy and guidelines, I don't know, maybe you can help me. I don't know if, the last I heard was that the DBE was working on an AI policy? Still working. Oh, okay. Still working on the AI policy, but that's the last thing that I heard. But also, this is my challenge with policy, and this is my personal thing. Policies regulate. How do we regulate something that we don't understand? I mean, you wake up this morning, AI, you're trying to regulate an AI that you conceptualized yesterday. But you wake up a week later, and the AI that you conceptualized yesterday is an AI that has completely evolved. So while we talk about policies, I would actually prefer us working towards guidelines and frameworks as opposed to policies. Because policies intend to police exactly what you're saying. But policies become outdated so fast that you need to spend another 2 years to approve a policy, and by the time that policy is approved, it's already outdated on the table, right? So those are the challenges that we need to start thinking about. The tools of the time and curriculum, I would love for a fact, and this is why, you know, you can't have a tool in a curriculum unless you prepare teachers to teach that tool. So going back to the same issue that I just raised now, you can have a curriculum that is so sophisticated, but if you do not have a teacher that is trained enough to facilitate that curriculum at the level and that we want, it fails the purpose. So that crosses both between the higher education, basic education, back again. And I think somewhere along the line, we need to think about, while you integrate into the curriculum, how do you prepare teachers to bridge that divide and facilitate those innovations in it. Addressing mathematics as a system, reaching out for I love that you raised that point about foundation teachers. One of our biggest cries, and we don't work with foundation teachers in our program, I'm being honest with you, we don't have the capacity. So we focus on grade 8 to grade 12 because of a lack of capacity. But, believe me or not, foundation teachers attend the session. Their cry is they are being left out from all the developments. Majority of the foundation phase teachers come up and say exactly what you said, you're just confirming that now, is that if you do not start from foundation phase, you're simply inheriting a problem that is already in the system. You need to go back to foundation phase. So what you spoke about foundation phase is an important part, and I think if we can push that to foundation phase, it'll be one of the ways we historically address a problem and think about how do we rectify for the future.
Thanks so much, Dr. Chetty. I'm going to take one more round, then we're going to move to the next presentation if there are any further questions. 1, 2. Okay, we'll take the 2, and then we'll get Dr. Chetty to respond, and then we'll move on. Thank you. Yash, you want to, on this, on this issue? Okay, can I take your comment first? And then I saw, now let me give it to you now if you want to comment, and then I'll take.
AI has the teaching capacity as well. Well, in the classroom, that the Lego example is a brilliant one. But at the same time, it could, AI could be used to teach the teachers as well as the students. Now, one of the applications that one would think of is allowing the syllabus and the textbooks available to AI, or a specifically trained platform in AI for the students' access, so that the students can learn themselves, be it mathematics, be it English, Afrikaans, Sotho, Xhosa, whichever the subject is. And that would, as you have mentioned, the low-tech devices would be very useful, like cell phones. I believe that cell phones are very underutilized gadget in the hands of the students. And it could require, this one would require a larger authority and resources to realize, along with the direct use in the classroom of Lego, the measurements, and so on and so forth. Currently, AI is very slump in animation. I don't know if I may use that phrase, but I'm sure it will come very soon. That when the animation becomes available in AI, then you will have the experiments being conducted by AI in the classroom, limited to the syllabus that is required by the DBE. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We go to the next round of questions. I'm going to take one here.
Yeah. No, thank you very much, Chair. Once again, thank you very much for the inspiring presentation. I'm looking forward to the resolution that we are taking to the plenary, because this is basic education that is having this lekgotla. So it must end up in the classroom. And that ending up in the classroom, I was just checking myself earlier about online schools. How much are those learners benefiting in what we are talking about? The skills that they have already developed. The majority are not online school children. You know, at some point I was praying, Dr. Polia, to say I so wish I was a typing or typist type of learner at school, so that we could have quickly learned and translated, you know, or got into this computer things. But nothing is happening at the schools. And I think perhaps it's a good thing that the Free State announced to the country that we are dealing with multi-certification, just to try and help learners to have an additional skill. Learners that are passing grade 12 now must now spend a lot of money just to do a basic computer literacy course, when we could have made sure all learners coming out of basic education should all have basic knowledge of what we are talking about. If AI is now going to be the future, why is the future not starting at foundation phase and moving through the schooling system? So I'm really looking forward to, they said we must take it by the horn, resources must come in so that it is there. There is no money, but what is identified as a need, so that the whole school should be getting to start with this earlier. Thank you very much.
Once upon a time, my grandmother said I asked too many questions. We're living in an era in which questions are more important than the answers, I think. So maybe I was ahead of time at the time. There is a South African AI policy of 24 pages, of which 8 pages are blank for you to make notes, and the other 16 somewhat touches on policy. The more important pages are the 8 blank pages, it appears, because that's where it leads you to think and leads you to have some inquiry, just as a note. I do agree with the speaker earlier that indicated that we should rather be concentrating on guidelines, interpreting what the world sort of views as a direction, and whether we agree with that or not. But provide guidelines, I suppose, to constricting policies, I think, is more important. One enables, the other disables more than anything. There are 4 core principles, I think, that should be adhered to within the AI space, and that is, 1, to be ethically conscious and grounded, to have our agenda first, which is pedagogy. How do we better teach and learn within the process of AI? Being inclusive of schools that are, or learners that are from various backgrounds that may have technology, that may have access or not. I think that is quite discernment needs to be applied from a provincial department in particular on how do we be more equitable towards our learners. And then the greatest of import is our teacher empowerment processes. How do we create teachers that don't just follow but also lead and think in the process is critical. The greatest gain that we could make for our teachers is to help them reclaim time. And that is a short supply commodity in high demand. And AI has the potential, proven potential, that it can reclaim time. How? Someone asked the question, can we give some examples around that? But lesson planning, for example, is one of those iterative processes, not process or product, but iterative processes that you can engage with AI to refine some of your questions. The challenge that we do sit with is that we become over-reliant, potentially over-reliant on the answers that it produces, and less so on the process as a thinking partner or cognitive partner that we should be very conscious of. The core skills that are still required for learners supersedes the interaction with AI. How do we think? How do we formulate argument? And how do we formulate inquiry? That will lead us to harness the greatest potential of AI or any other digital resources, I think. So how do we use this to amplify as opposed to nullify our thinking processes? No question involved, just comment.
Thanks so much. And then at the back, the last one. Colleagues, I remind you, the House seems to have focused on an element of the issue from Dr. Chetty, which is AI. I remind you, when you look at Commission 4's mandate, it revolves around STEM. So we bring it back there. One of our previous speakers commented going to impact on people not in this room? Learners and teachers. Just keep that at the back of your head and your mind as we move through the conversations this afternoon. The question at the back.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Bernadette Ainamani from Mascumila Learning, and I hold a PhD in mathematics education, and I've taught for 8 years in a math classroom, so I hold the teacher's hat, and I'm just finishing off my second PhD in artificial intelligence. And I just wanted to follow up on the point that he made around the learner, and back to you, Doctor, where you answered and said yes, but just looking at what you shared with us there, I think we're still missing a very important point, and maybe that's why we need a very critical person to be in the room as we do this, and that is the learner. When we went to school, and the learners that are now in the classroom, we are totally different human beings. These learners have changed because they live in a place where there's a lot of stimuli. We didn't have a lot of stimuli when we went to school. They are very they are very distracted by all the things around them, not just AI. And then you also find that when we went to school, most of the knowledge, or even 100% of the knowledge, came from the teacher. These learners have knowledge, and they are always looking at the teachers teaching them and wondering, and even challenging the teachers without talking to the teachers. They just say, I already know that from TikTok. And our curriculum is not focusing on that quickly, because these learners are learning from very many spaces compared to what we did in the past. So I think we just need to see how do we make sure that the future that we are looking at and the learners that we have now, we are accepting what they've become rather than what we were, and then preparing them like how we were prepared, because that is not going to work. And I think that is where we need to look at that. Learning is not just happening in the classroom. I think most of the learning is happening outside the classroom. And then when you bring in the AI-enabled learning, you realize that learners are learning a lot on AI, on their cell phones. As the teacher is teaching something, they are waiting to go and ask ChatGPT to see if the teacher lied to them. And then they even ask their parents, Mommy, the teacher told me this, but AI is saying something different. So when you look at what is happening in the reality, it's that learners need a different form of guidance, but we are giving them our standard form of guidance that we were given when we went to school. So as a mother of 2 kids who are in grade 7, who challenge teachers all the time from what they've learned in the classroom, and they use AI and then look at what has been given. And sometimes the AI is actually hallucinating and giving them incorrect information, but they don't know that. So I think we need to look at how we can quickly help the learners sense make what they've been exposed to, rather than continuing to say we need teacher development. The learners are actually getting knowledge not from teachers, and they're quick to learn from these things rather than their teachers. So how do we make sure that that aspect is closed off quickly? Because what we're going to see learners that are misinformed but very confident. So we're going to create learners that hallucinate like the AI that is giving them the information. So that's what I wanted us to be mindful of, that the learner has changed drastically, but we are not focusing on that.
Thank you so much. All of them are comments, so you're welcome to amplify something if you like, and then we're going to start wrapping it up.
Okay, just quick responses on that. So I think in terms of the last one first, your profiling of our student, I think that's our biggest challenge, is we project on our learners what we think their profile is. And you raised a critical point, Chair. Maybe we should have had students sitting in this class, because we can't talk about the future without them present. And I think that's a critical factor that you raise, is to understand the mind of the learner, which is completely different. The point on validation, yes, they question the teacher based on what they know. And the point is, if we do not start teaching our learners on critical AI literacy, not just AI literacy, but critical AI literacy as part of our classroom curriculum, you're going to end up where your students are challenging your teachers and your teachers are walking out because they can't take it anymore. So I think that's a shift that we must start talking about. In terms of the AI, gender, and reclaiming, the 4 points you mentioned are key. And I think if you're thinking about reclaiming time, going back to the earlier point of how do we create support systems, that students can be supported even after schooling hours. If we think of models that can work for that, and it's context driven, then I think we can succeed. But at the same time, I want to caution us, and I think this is very important. We cannot blindly accept technology without critiquing its application. We must be critical about technology application. If we think that AI is going to save everything in our country, then we fall short at the same time. So I think we must be it's very important that we think of critical integration of technology, which is something that we must flag. And then the questions on how do you ask questions and produce knowledge, I think that is also, as part of an AI critical skill, we should start thinking about how do we train our students to ask the right questions in AI. AI can produce knowledge, but if you ask the wrong question, you're going to get an hallucination. If you ask the right question, you can check the validity of it. But let me also tell you this, colleagues, it's not just a basic education issue, it's an higher education issue as well. Because if we didn't prepare the students, these are students that are coming into our education system as well. So the profiling changes across. And the last point, on low tech, yes, it's not just mobile devices, but you've also got, for example, these Raspberry Pi devices. Very low tech, very cheap, very affordable, and can do exactly what a computer can do, but at a fraction of the price. So we need to actually explore the market. And I think if we start leveraging the market on low tech, we can actually rethink how we apply some of the technologies that the global north has considered not relevant, but is relevant for us in the global south, just to bridge the access. Thanks.
Thanks, Dr. Chetty, for that energetic first input. We're going to move on to the second input, but I remind the House again, AI, can we accept, is ubiquitous? It's not something still coming. It's already part of life. Can we also accept South Africa has a fairly high saturation rate of cell phones? And that if you're on WhatsApp, you have AI baked into a potential response? So it's not something out there. It's something, as the speaker correctly points out, learners are actively engaging without the teachers. Can we also accept that at the moment the policy response to technology is to ban cell phones in our schools? It is happening and gaining momentum across provinces. I talk about our province particularly. I know it's happening in other provinces. That the answer to the waywardness of learners is to ban the cell phone and not understand that it is a tool to be used to enhance learning and potentially teaching. So we have some contradictions in our system, but it also gives us an opportunity later today to talk about how we expand STEM, both from participation and outcomes, by embracing AI and other technology as we move forward. So just keep those contradictions in your head as we move forward into the next session. So I'm going to call on Dr. Naidu, if you don't mind. Is I think, touching on the input you made yesterday afternoon, late yesterday.
I'm not going to present exactly the same.
That's fine. All good.
I'll just look at 3 slides. Most of the questions and issues, I think, which the Commission should explore in greater detail. But since I'm going to take advantage of having the floor and make a comment on the discussion here, the first comment is relative to the issue raised about teachers and the role of teacher relative to technology. I think one of the questions that keep coming up in a lot of global discussions we've had, particularly from both sides, those who are tech diehards who are promoting it and those who are resistant. There's always this question, is technology going to replace the teacher? And I think that's the wrong question. The question is, how is it going to change the teacher's job? It is changing it. It has changed mine. I use AI constantly because my students in China are using it. The one thing it would definitely will change is using AI for assessment. You plug in that student's essay there, and it will give you quite a detailed assessment from a grade to line by line comments. Not all of them are stable. Some of them are way off. So I think one of the things we are forgetting around AI policy, I like the word guidance. In a lot of, we visited a number of institutions, both in China and elsewhere. Everybody's talking about policy for an institution. I know in KZN as well. But they're approaching the question of AI policy from a very legalistic perspective about the ethics of it, the responsibilities, without actual guidance. I think we have to quickly move to training or educating our students on how to use AI in a way that enhances learning rather than replaces learning. Because in a way, our students can become slaves to the AI, and the AI does everything. That's one. In fact, I keep repeating this word. 2024, the Oxford Word of the Year was brain rot. We are in real danger of brain rot. I take the subway from the apartment I live to school, right, in Shanghai, and 99% of the riders, we are packed. Everyone is stuck to that phone. So I was telling one of my students, he's always walking like this, you're going to have a back problem. So, it's an issue we have to deal with. And the question of, it's a reality of life. And Africa actually skipped the laptop skip the computer, the desktop. Everywhere you go, everybody is dependent on it. I remember 20 years ago, I went to a movie screening in Addis on coffee cooperatives. On the coffee industry, the coffee farmer was receiving 1 cent, and yet coffee controlled by Illy and other Italian roasters were making $3, right, on each pound of coffee. At that point already, they started forming cooperatives, and the farmer himself was being trained to be able to look at the stock price, the global stock price of coffee, and readjust what he's demanding in selling to the international firms. So we can use the technology in different ways, and I think that's important. To come to the question of unpredictability, yes, the greatest skill, even more than problem solving, is to be able to educate ourselves to be adaptable, because there will always be shocks, there will always be crises. The difference is those crises are becoming more and more common all the time. I don't want to, perhaps I'm plugging an article two colleagues and I wrote on should we educate for resilience. It really gives you a clear idea of, we all talk about these terms, but I don't think we share common definitions. So even in STEM, even in resilience, our starting point should be, what are we talking about? And I think that's important. Let me stop there and move on. Sorry, I ran some more slide. So I'm not going to do, this is a different presentation I used for something else. How do I move? Oh, okay. So I'm going to just go to this and let's look at it. These trends, I think, are important. The first one, the reality is that we have to integrate technology in all aspects of our learning. If we fail to do so, we are going to fall further behind. And somebody said, you know, we have to look at the children that, even the children who've completed matric are so much more tech savvy than any of us, right? I sometimes use this analogy. I'm a baby boomer, born in the 50s. I'm 70 years old, and I've had to adapt to the technology. But we think of the next generation, the Gen X and the Gen Z, now we're into alpha and beta. Even in the last 3 years, I've noticed when I first went to Shanghai in 2019, comparing those students to the students now, even in the last 3 years, it's a completely new learning experience, because AI in the classroom there is totally integrated. Even within a year, we saw the changes in DeepSeek, in ChatGPT. Now we have about 20 different, you know, models, and they constantly changing. So we do have to recognize that we have to, it's part of it. So I think in terms of AI, we have to look at how we integrate in a way that doesn't displace the human element. So that's the first lesson. The second, it's going to be a blended model. Somebody asked the question of how effective is the online learning. Students, for example, in Singapore, part of the learning is in school and part of it at home. They've created a dashboard where parents can monitor what the student is doing at home and what is happening in school and can interact. And that may be, you know, quite ahead. But at some point, we are going to have to engage parents as well in the monitoring of children's learning, because a lot more of the learning is going to happen outside the classroom. So that's an important point. The third one, and everybody made this point about skills over degrees. We still live in a world of credentializing. And I think, but in practical purposes, in many cases, employers are accepting people if they have the skills. And I think what we don't recognize is that young people also have adapted to this new way of thinking. And I'll give you a personal anecdote. My son's an electrical engineer, and he started work recently, about 2 years ago, 3 years. He joined a firm in Arizona, and we live in Massachusetts. After 18 months, he suddenly said he's applying for a promotion. And I was a bit concerned. I said, you've hardly got the experience, you just started, how are you going to get that promotion? He said, no, you come from an old school. You guys, you'll work in a thing, you expect to be there 10 years before you think you're ready. But we, as long as we have the skills and we have the confidence, we have to apply. So that was the first. He applied and he got it. Then the second point, when he was in his same company with his manager. So he was demanding a salary increase beyond the regular 4% that's mandated. So we said, how are you going to justify it? He said, in the year's assessment, when I had my one-to-one, I got a perfect, my manager didn't have a single recommendation for improvement. So if I'm perfect, why can't I get the additional performance? So I think the mindset of our young people is changing. So we have to consider that as we change our curriculum, to consider both the systemic needs, but also the individual needs. And for me, the biggest issue, there have been a lot of questions about the digital divide and so on. I think this is the biggest challenge for South Africa. Our system, we have parallel education systems. Whether you talk of the private schools, the ex-model school, C schools, township schools versus rural, and so on, and even within schools, there's quite a lot of diversity in terms of access to the actual learning and outcomes. So if we don't address that in a different way, rather than broad homogeneous policies, we're creating greater divides. So that for me is one of the biggest issues. Then, and within that, the question of teachers. It's not just teachers shortages across the board. Our teacher shortages are concentrated around certain subject domains or certain learning areas. And if we don't do a more disaggregated analysis of where the need is, and I think in some ways, I was always a unionist. We have to reach agreements with the union to do some kind of deployment that goes beyond. We have to use different kind of union agreements to reach the question of equitable teacher distribution. Some or the other, the politics of that have to be solved. Otherwise, we will still continue this differential access where the elites get the better teachers. Mobility, I think this question, it's also a question for South Africa with urbanization versus rural schools, the drift. But in the global picture, it's the brain drain in many countries. Africa does produce many highly qualified technicians, technologists, engineers, but many of them leave the continent. And I think South Africa also needs to look at that challenge. How do you retain the best that you produce? And this, for me, is a really important issue. And it's something that is being really recognized in China. As we talk about those problem solving, creativity, and so on, we have to look at the other skills that our children need. So the empathy, the teamwork, the collaboration, and especially in STEM, I think this is important because in most cases, we tend to produce so-called geeks, right? Who are very individualized, very much one track. But our work environments are changing. We have task teams, we have joint innovation. Innovation is not only about one individual sitting and creating something new. Sometimes innovation is a new practice. It's not necessarily just the hardware. So we have to look at that whole question of the social emotional needs in a different way. I don't want to give another example, but I can see the lack of socio-emotional learning in my own son. He works in a high-powered, high-pressure job, and I can really see the struggle that he has in terms of adapting to the demands of the work. And if we don't address that, we have problems. I'm going to skip. I think we covered this quite a bit. So this is the question. I think the one thing that I want to look at here is, you know, especially when we had the discussion about the language. I think it's an important discussion when we're talking about the content issue. Today, content is always available. We have Google, now we have AI. It's teaching students to be discernible. How do they determine what is truth and what is not? And this is a big, big challenge because, you know, if you think of all the fake news that's around, it's a real big question. Then the second issue, and I put the one of habits of mind intentionally. I think we have to create students, and this is important for STEM education, where these skills become routine. They become, you know, just like breathing. And that's the difficult. Why I stress that is I encourage you to look at the work of Howard Gardner around habits of mind and multiple intelligences. We have to really look at the needs of different students in different ways, even within a STEM environment. That's one. And the second important thing to recognize with that is that we need multiple forms of learning. You know, people say, it's only about project work, it's only about team. No, you need individual people. Children will have to learn certain things by rote. Other things, they will apply critical ability. So you need multiple strategies for learning, even in a math classroom. So I think we don't recognize that. We tend to think of only new modern learning techniques, which, and this goes back to the skills question. We think of these skills as 21st century skills, new skills. We've always needed to be problem solvers. We've always needed to be critical thinkers. And I think the other big challenge, I think, that you would have to deal with, like many countries in Asia, from Japan to Korea to Vietnam to China, is you're not going to be able to get rid of your metric exam. You will have standardized testing for a long time. So how do you balance the needs of addressing the needs of the learner to graduate past that exam while providing the skills, right? Because we are changing the methodologies of teaching and learning through project work and others. But our assessment systems remain in the old forms. So in a way, you know, I'm thinking of my own, I taught very long time ago, high school, from 79 to 85. And I taught metric English, right? The inspector told my principal that I would amount to nothing because I did many things that wouldn't be acceptable. Take my class outside to teach poetry, for example. But at the same time, the last 2 months of school, I would get 10 years of papers and drill my students. So, but that was a strategy I used because I knew the importance. It's a gateway to life for most of our students. So I think some or the other, we have to try to balance the changing pedagogy with that old school assessment that remains so defining of a person's life. So that for me is really important. I think you've all seen the pipeline challenge. I want to stop with the last point. So I think I hope you can read this because I just put this together not long ago. So I think there's about 6 areas that you need to look at. One is foundations versus specialization, this question of integration. The second is this professionalization. We have to address the challenge because even as we are increasing teacher professional development, much of our professional development still is old-fashioned. It's not mirroring the new needs of a teacher. The third one, the curriculum ambition. You know, we talk about the pressures on teachers, the burden. It's become a curriculum burden. We keep adding more without taking away anything. So how do you make the decision to reach that optimal balance? Again, different strategies. We have to look at team teaching. We have to look at all sorts of different things. But we're still seeing teaching as a single person standing in front of 30 people or 40 people or 5 people. That model has to change. well, equity. I think the rest of it is things you've been discussing. But what was I going to say? I think we come back to the question that you raised, or the comment, is what exactly are you going to propose that comes out of this commission? I think you have to look at some real practical issues. I want to end with a recommendation to look at two things. One is to look at the Hong Kong STEM curriculum and their approach to it. Hong Kong has been implementing an integrated STEM model for about 10 years now, but it has been more or less very fluid. It wasn't very structured. They kept changing. But since last year, they've moved. They have a new policy and new guideline. So they have an integrated STEM policy for general STEM literacy across the board from grade 1 to 8, and then the specialization. So everybody gets that cumulative building of skills in a layered form from grade 1 or even preschool till grade 8, and then you specialize. And one of the problems in China, which I keep raising with my colleagues, is that they've taken AI and STEM as a very special, it's a project-based and so on. So students, for a certain period of time, will go to the integrated STEM class. Then they return to a regular class for social studies or language. So I said, you're creating a schizophrenic experience for these students because they're going back and forth. So how do you deal with that integration is really important. And then the last one I want to recommend, I think we really have to look at beyond STEM to STEAM. We do have to emphasize, because creativity comes from the arts, and if we ignore that, we are going to fail our students. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much, Dr. Naidu. Colleagues, I'm going to ask, you all have cell phones, if you can grab a snapshot of that, because we may not be able to share the presentation right now with everybody, but if you took a snapshot. I can send it to, yeah, but I'm just concerned we may not have everybody's emails and so on. So if you took a photo of that, then at least it will help guide the conversation after lunch. We are not going to take questions now, simply because we're at 29 minutes past 1, and I've been warned that lunch is at 1:30 in Serengeti, and we have to go there and then come back. I'm assuming it's, Mr. Shlabani, is it 45 minutes or an hour? 1 hour. So could I ask, just to help the process this afternoon, if we do lunch for about 50 minutes and use the last 10 minutes to kind of get back here, so that we start promptly at 2:30, and then we'll start looking at the questions that the Commission has been asked to look at, and then use all the opportunities that have been presented to us. I'd like to see the two presentations as having focused our minds on the opportunities that they present in an environment that is content heavy in terms of its curriculum, that is almost non-flexible and pliable, and then the opportunities that have been presented by both Dr. Chetty and Dr. Naidu around how we can take this forward in terms of STEAM. Thank you so much for your inputs and your energy, and we look forward to seeing you at 2:30. Lunch is served at Serengeti.
We have presented our email addresses. Someone can just quickly type and then send them.
Okay, yeah. Welcome back. Thank you so much for being on time. We are going to start. Thank you too for the energy pre-lunch. My understanding was lunch was good, including dessert. And Dr. Chetty's reminded me that will be the challenge as we go into the next 2.5 hours, to put lunch on the back burner and focus on the issues at hand. We are going to pick up, once Dr. Knight is in the room, maybe 1 or 2 questions that you may have for him based on his input. That won't be too long. Dr. Naidu. And then we'll move into 2 inputs out of the NSC report for 2025 that was presented by the DG on the 12th of January, just to again make it real. And then I'll ask Mr. Shlabani just to walk us through the template that we are supposed to populate this afternoon, and how he proposes that we do that, and then we'll move swiftly into that environment. So while we're waiting for Dr. Naidu, is he coming this way, or is he moving off somewhere else? I see, so yeah. Please, if you don't mind. Thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, here he comes. Okay. Here he comes. Here he comes. Great. Okay, Doc, if you want to join us in front, we didn't give you a chance to field any questions they may have. Everybody's
along the way.
I thought that was happening. So we have Dr. Naidu back in the room. Welcome back, everybody. I'm going to ask, given the input he made and the closing remarks before lunch, whether there were any questions you'd like to pose to him or even comments made. I'm going to take a round of 3-4 hands again, and then we'll deal with it that way. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we'll take it from there. Is there a mic running, or do you want this one? Okay. There should be another mic somewhere. I'll repeat, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's fine. 4, 5.
Thank you, Chip. Chip, listening to the discussions, you know, we must be able to distinguish between the veneer, the surface features, and the deep conceptual understandings which we create, which learners learn new words, they learn meaning of the words, they connect those words, and it's a slow process that takes place from the foundation phase, and it goes up. And to that, we want to add more higher order thinking to it, and so on. So I think that when we're targeting these interventions, we need to be aware of how we create these conceptual structures that support the thinking of learners and advance the thinking, which eventually determines how they view space, how they view time, how they view the content of what they're dealing with, the causality, the intentions and things, which are mental processes that they work out, and they carry the executive function with that content that allows them to make progress in the learning. So I just want to make that connection between the veneer, say, you know, my son did this, my child got into this and did this micro course, but there are deep conceptual structures that support the development of a child and the decisions that come from there, which takes place in schooling. So while we look at the shiny stuff, I think we need to go deeper in terms of our analysis to see what exactly is going on with the child. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Paolo Zonke, District Director for Lejoe Leputswa in the Free State. I just want to make a few comments on the presentation. The first one on the issue of the integration of AI, coupling it with the issue of the critical thinking of our children. I was happy in your presentation, you indicated that as much as we are utilizing AI, but we still have to promote critical thinking of our children, which is very key and critical. The second one is the issue of retaining the good skill, because we are talking about the issues of teacher development and professionalism. To say, if in our schools we have good leaders, as the way of principals, we can be able to retain the good skill, because at times we'll be having these good teachers, but because of the way we are allocating them, we find that we are losing others that are living with the skill in our schools. And then the other thing is the issue of the continuous training of our teachers and the issue of sharing of good practice. if we continue with that one, it can also work marvelous with us in terms of having the good teachers. The issue of the STEM, I just want to make an example of mathematics, because the other challenge is the issue of having teachers that will be instilling the love of mathematics. So it goes further to the issue of how do we make sure that our teachers make our learners to love mathematics, so that once they start by having passion in terms of the subject, then the issues of performance will just fall into place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jeremy Gibbon from the Principals Academy Trust. I wasn't going to speak about principal leadership, but seeing my colleague from the Free State raised that, I'd like to highlight that as, in our experience, such a critical aspect of sustaining whatever intervention is put in place, in this case, talking about AI and technology. The point I wanted to raise and really ask, this is very much a question, and based on your experience, you've spoken about the Hong Kong system, obviously your experience in China as well. Our system is still very subject-based. We have a subject of science or physical science, life sciences, we have a subject of mathematics. And the concept of developing STEM is a bringing together of those towards project-based learning, whatever that is. Now that is something that our system doesn't easily hold at present. And if we are going to develop meaningful STEM interventions that translate into future resilience, we need to be working much harder in integrating those rather than keeping the subject so separate as we currently have. And I wondered, based on your experience in the other countries, what advice you would give us in that particular area. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm Amashni Naidu from Schoolnet South Africa. And I just want to say at the start that I'm a proponent for digital education. But that being said, I think, Prof, you mentioned that there are core skills and there are some things that one needs to have and learn via rote learning. And when we look at foundation phase thinking and learning, we see at the moment in the system what's not working is that there are conceptual gaps in our babies that are coming through to FET or senior phase. So those conceptual gaps, clearly there's something that needs to be done so that our children learn those core skills that we need. And when we think about how learning happens, and I'm speaking as an educator and a maths and IT educator at that. So when we start looking at how one builds cognition, we think about going back to the day, those of us that are teachers in this room, is Bloom's, and you start remembering some key facts, you start understanding those key facts, you start applying those key facts. That is still valid today. And it's applicable whether it's to content, whether it is to AI, whether it is to any degrees of technology, the use of the calculator, whatever, use of a pen, all of those things are technology. But when you talk about knowledge domain and we're talking about how does children, they use the facts, they then are able to use the content, they're then able to use it in a process, they're then able to have some metacognition which speaks to an awareness of something, them coming to themselves. And that can be done with or without technology. And I think we need to be mindful that in education, we can't just go to the thing that is trending. Because the thing that is trending today, as we have rightly pointed out, tomorrow is going to be something else. So we need to be teaching adaptable and resilient skills, and I think you mentioned this too. And when we train or do professional development with our teachers, or even our children, they need to be able to replicate those skills in multiple settings and not teach to a AI tool. We must be able to say there are many tools out there, and some of them have relevance for your life now, others might have relevance somewhere else, but we must be able to guide that child or that teacher in terms of using it for purposeful learning in this moment. There's many things I want to say, but hopefully I will. I'll get another one. Who was 5?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Doc, for the presentation. I want to quickly go back to, for me, what a fundamental problem is. And I mentioned earlier that I've got a gripe with unknown future. I think we're living in a fast-changing world. And unknown is open-ended, and we don't know where we're going. But fast-changing is how do we remain relevant and stay abreast with change? We're talking STEM, and my question is non-STEM then past if STEM is future? You know, if we're talking adding something, but the day stays the same length, should we not say no to something to say yes to something else, which is on a higher priority? So that's just one comment, and I would like your reflection on past and future. Should education not just be relevant and to fit into a much faster changing world now than 10 years ago? We're okay with change, but we're not okay with the pace of change. And I think that's what we would need to frame our mindset on. You mentioned something about the concern with AI, making our kids dumb and possibly ethical issues. I want to put into the discussion, was the day before 30 November 2022, the whole world was perfect in education and all kids were thinking critically. The current hypothesis was brilliant, and we never had something called PI, parent intelligence, that did the homework, or other friends' intelligence, whom we wrote the homework from, just to tick the box of submitting homework or something like that. So I don't think we need to be so critical on adopting changed or changing agents like new subjects or new methodologies or new tools as if the current hypothesis was perfect. We're over-evaluating the risks of the new without understanding the risks of the current, and that's my concern that we have. Why can't we pilot quicker? Why can't we learn quicker instead of having it perfect and continuing with the fault line of the past that is just being highlighted with the future?
I think you can come back to that in the next round, because I've even forgotten the questions. Because I think a lot of it have been comments which I agree with. But I just want the colleague there to just repeat your main question that you had, because you said you had a question.
Thanks. The question was from your experience of international systems.
In terms of the integrated
integration, yes. Yeah.
First, I don't want to get defensive to the first comment. I wasn't implying that, you know, that there's an easy way or there's a simple no depth. And my example of my son was just an anecdotal reference. It wasn't about learning. It was about how our youth are changing and how they see the world. They stand very differently from where we do. And what has happened, the rapidity of change. Within the last year, if I compare my students from last September to today, they are quite different in how they perceive the technology. It's much quicker. And you know, if you think about, I always use this example of globalization. Globalization is not a new thing. We had globalization in the times of the voyages of discovery. That was globalization. But in the last few years, with the speed of change, with the aeronautics developments, planes and so on, that's increased. And with AI and with internet, it's changed. It's the speed of it. How do we deal with that? And with that speed comes shocks to the systems, shocks to the individual. So one of the things I think our system has to do, because we've always needed to be critical thinkers. I think about my own mother. And yet again, an anecdotal example. She was so-called illiterate, never went to school. My dad went to grade 6. But nobody can claim that they are not intelligent. They were able to bring up 8 children, maybe on $1 a day. So that took problem solving. So a lot of the skills we talk about as 21st century skills are not. How do we make sure everybody has the capacity to use those skills in real life? That's what we struggle with. I think of it when I was still in South Africa, I did a lot of work for the ministry, for CPD. All my work was qualitative. And as we were moving away from the apartheid system, one of the big challenges that we faced, all of those who came from the apartheid government were quantitative researchers. Many of us felt really inadequate because we couldn't challenge them on a number of things because they were presenting quantitative evidence. So when I went back to do my PhD, I decided I will take the statistics courses. I was not a very good math student, but I did the work. I never eventually did quantitative research, but I could understand the arguments from the other side. And one of the books that I used most was a book called Statistics as a Spectator Sport. Because what it did, it gave you examples of how to use the analysis of data in real life situations. So I think one of the things we have to look at when we think of STEM, while we give the skills, those skills cannot be skills theoretically. How do they apply, not just to create a good machine, but the social consequences of that innovation? We have to teach our children to be socially aware. So those are some of the things that are missing. And there's a lot of other things. But coming back to the question about integration, that's a real challenge. Very few countries are actually practically doing it in a way that works. You still have the schizophrenic experience, where students are in a project with the teachers working together on that project, and then they're going back to their subject domain classes. In general, I think I have to go back to look at some examples. But I think maybe the Hong Kong example is the one, is trying to give at least some general STEM literacy, they're calling it, across the board, where even within each subject, you are teaching some of the common skills. And then you may have one project that is joint. So you have to find, I think, solutions that work for your context. And maybe even, I was telling somebody, even we assume there may be much more diversity and differences within the country than across countries. So the same method may not apply in your urban school, rural school, or from one province to the other. So you may have to adapt. Ghana, I think, is doing it by having STEM schools. So all the STEM schools for after grade 9 work on a project base. So I am not sure if that helps. To the other question of leadership, it's critical. I worked on a school reform design called Turning Points around 99, 2000. It was a coaching model. We would visit schools, both a grade level coach and a leadership coach, to look at how you build the leadership. And I think the big challenge for school principals and school leaders is ensuring that you have both a manager who does the management of school and a learning leader. And maybe you need a delegation, you need more than one, you need maybe a principal with, you know, the head teacher and his assistants, how that does work. And this is, I think, a strategy not only for management of a school, but even the teaching and learning. We need to do much more team teaching. I can give an example. Again, it's not really team teaching. When we were teaching English in the early 80s in a school in Chatsworth, the 3 of us decided we're going to do team teaching, because remember, you have 2 classes, right? You're teaching in English Shakespeare, you're teaching a novel, you're teaching poetry, teaching grammar, and you're teaching writing, composition. So you're doing 6 different thematic areas for 2 classes. So we said, we proposed to the principal, we're going to do team teaching. The one person will teach Shakespeare across the 6 classes. The other one will do poetry, the other one will do the novel. So that's not really team teaching. We just divided the work amongst 3 teachers, but it was kind of some ability of the teacher to be given some freedom to adapt the curriculum. So I think, in a way, we need to allow teachers to do some of those kind of things.
Thank you. We're going to do one last round, then we're moving on. So 1, 2, I'll give you a second back. Anybody else? Okay, we'll take the 2.
Thank you very much. I have to pick up on your team teaching. And the colleagues from DBE, as Labour, we've constantly been speaking about integrated approach in terms of the new concepts, particularly around coding and robotics and other science things. And the example for team teaching, when I was still in the school, mathematics, technology, and art, they were teaching gears and levers. And you could make a puppet. So you could assess it across the 3 subjects, and it can be done. It's so, rather than the standalone and repeating the same concepts, it's something that we've been proposing as combined labor. But that aside, my question in terms of your presentation and the earlier discussions from yesterday, sir, the earlier presentation, the impression being created, I think globally and nationally, is that STEM subjects is only for intelligent people. And I worry because even we speak about maths and science, we celebrate our maths and science learners in terms of performance. And then the majority, and you heard the president highlight, 46% passed the NSC. 46% of the learners, of which 300 of them got the degrees. Not everybody's going to go to university. But what about the majority of the learners? How do we teach STEM subjects? How do we create interest? How do we share that knowledge with the broader learner population? And if you can share, if such exists in the countries that you've worked with. Thank you.
Just to respond directly to that, that's a real challenge because, you know, I was listening very closely to the discussions around vocational education and occupational sort of training. I think the big problem, we've divided this into education and training, and we haven't been able to, in most countries, do an equivalency where we give the same value to an academic stream that takes you to become an engineer or a technician, a boilermaker or a plumber who will go through a technical vocational training. Except for a few countries, like I think the example given by the president of Switzerland, Germany. There's a few where the apprenticeship systems, I think the failure for us in much of Africa is a lot of our systems are colonial systems inherited either English or French, and which did not give equal value to the harder work involved in the vocational training. So somehow or the other, there has to be greater recognition, because lots of times when that person who's gone through the vocational track in the workplace is earning more sometimes. I know in the US, for example, you pay much more to a plumber than to a doctor. Right? So in a way, we need to change the public perception and parental perceptions. I think that's the big challenge. The same issue we face with the move to mother tongue instruction. The parents see English or Afrikaans as the language of the economy. So they are still going to want their kids to learn in English. They are not looking at the research that we are presenting. And I think for vocational education, it's the same. And this is a big danger. We always argued against tracking, placing students. So I don't know. Right now, our system is still very much driven by the matric exam. That gateway, if we don't change that in some ways, we are trapped.
Last question.
Thank you, Joan. I think just to roll it back a little bit in terms of STEM education, and I agree with your points around the validity of vocational training, but in terms of the STEM education, and when we're thinking about the science and technology, engineering and mathematics, we know that mathematics and sciences as subject choices in FET is dwindling. And we need to be going back, like my colleague from Mpumalanga was mentioning, that the love of those subjects need to be inculcated from the little ones. Because if they love that teacher, they love that subject, that love goes with them throughout the system. And what are we doing or not doing? Because there are pockets of excellence. And I don't think we've interrogated what exactly about those pockets that are working and what kinds of things we can learn there that's going to add relevance for what we can do system-wide. Because it's not what we naturally thinking about what's working in a first world country necessarily. It's what's working in the context that we know are perhaps low resources or medium resources or even high resourced environments. But in understanding tools, we got to know that the tools are changing and we can't be harping on what those are. We need to understand its relevance in terms of the teaching and learning and the child at the center of that process.
I think that's an important point in terms of the relevance, and I want to come back to what the colleague said earlier in the day about even just typing skills, keyboard skills. And I know I suffered from that because typing in my day of high school was seen as the subject for those that were weaker, right? So I ended up not acquiring any keyboard skills. So my entire dissertation, I typed with one finger. And I still type. I write papers and so on with one hand. So I think we need to look at what it means to be digitally astute and the training. So we need digital literacy across the board, which begins, and I know, the neuroscience and so on how the skills are developed. Certain skills require more complexity, but certain basic things are built up over time. The problem you're dealing with may become more complex, but some of the basic structures will also evolve and develop, but certain basic foundational elements of that skill come from even the first year of life, or even while kids are in their mommy's tummy. The nutrition values and so on. So we have to look at it. And I think I had a long debate recently. We had this group from OECD, and there were some real scientists who argued that you cannot apply scientific concepts in the arts and so on. And I think this divide is a false divide. So we have to think about those, because I was arguing, I did philosophy of education, for example. I think a lot of the things in logic applied the same way with mathematical thinking. But this person was saying, no, math, you have to have a particular style of teaching to be able to develop those. So we have these, knowledge, people get very, what's the term, I forget, territorial. So so I think it still comes back to giving the teacher, our teachers still are trained in these kind of silos. So how do we make the teacher a learner who's able to adapt? If we don't do that with the teachers, we're not going to be able to do that with the learner.
Thank you so much, Dr. Naidu. We appreciate your inputs this afternoon, and I'm sure you'll continue to make them as we move through the next phase of what we have to do. So I'm going to just pull up, if you don't mind, the NSC report, and it's, again, the end of system input. And on page 21 of the report, which was presented by the DBE and the DG on the 12th of January, there's a table which talks to the number of candidates full-time who got 60% or more in the year-end exam. I'm sure you're very familiar with this, for those of you who are following the NSC like most of us are, and the numbers that are indicated there, and of course the substantial drop in the number from 2024 to 2025 in mathematics, and then a similar, not as substantial, but certainly a drop from 2024 to 2025. And then, colleagues, on page 61 of this particular report, I just want to go to it. Almost there. We have the report based on fee status per province, which most provinces in the room will recognize. And I'm raising this simply so that we get an indication, and that's why provincial voices are going to become important over the next 2.5 hours, what the numbers were that passed based on the status of schools in the province. And there are indications for every province. So you know, and I don't have to repeat this, a number of our provinces are kind of skewed towards metros and urban environments, and other provinces are deep rural. And so a very interesting layout for mathematics in terms of, on your left-hand side are fee-paying indicators, in the center independent, and on your right-hand side you have no fee, and then the accumulative effect with the ranking per province. I'm not paying attention to the ranking, I'm simply paying attention to what the spread is, and we all accept that no fee-paying schools are schools in quintiles 1 to 3 predominantly. That's mathematics. The next page is physical sciences. And again, it shows the spread. I'll push it up slightly. The report is publicly available, and I think you can get it on the DBE website as well. And then fascinating, a province like Limpopo, 81% of the learners are in no-fee schools, are achieving. And so this mix of context, performance, what's influencing performance in a province like Limpopo, for example, where your no-fee schools are the majority of schools and are also doing well in terms of passing at a particular percentage. What is happening in those provinces? We need to hear those voices around physics and mathematics as much as we hear the voices of urbanized provinces like Gauteng and potentially the Western Cape, which has a kind of skewed mix. But we're really keen to hear that. I think there are sufficient voices in the room to inform what the DBE should be doing. What Dr. Chetty and Dr. Naidu's done is kept us global in a sense that we don't forget those macro pictures. And what a lot of the speakers through their comments and questions have done is trying to kind of bring context to it and then saying, so how do we take all of that potpourri of ideas and thoughts and thinking, and how do we distill that so that Mr. Shlabani and his team ultimately can put together a set of indicators that can steer the national agenda around STEM. I think something we must maybe also just talk through before I hand to Mr. Shlabani, just to talk through the actual template we're using, is do we have a common understanding around what STEM education is? And maybe, Mr. Shlabani, we must maybe just spend a couple of minutes on that too. That just in the room we get a sense of, are we all saying the same thing? Or are we all thinking the same thing? And do we see the implementation similarly, based on our understanding of what STEM is? And then, of course, we also have STEAM pushed into the room, which is an important element as well. So I think we must just distill that and let that percolate in the room as well, and then start framing what it is that will inform the national agenda going forward. Because there's a couple of things we're not talking about in the room too. It's been touched on by Dr. Naidu towards the end, and that is technical mathematics and technical sciences, vocational training. In other words, three-stream schooling, because largely we still see it as an academic exercise in terms of STEM, but there are pipelines into vocational training that we should potentially be talking through too, because that is on the national agenda, and the President has also referenced that we're under pressure in terms of numbers in that environment, and we speak to Dr. Polly and others, they'll show you the pressure in terms of uptake and then also performance levels, which are quite erratic in some of those subjects. So, complex. We all have an idea of what should happen. I don't think anybody sitting in this room wants to tank the country and put us on the wrong direction. But it is complex, it is interrelated and interdisciplinary, and I think we must acknowledge that. And I don't think, Mr. Shlabani, we're necessarily looking for a silver bullet on this issue. But we are certainly recognizing we are under pressure. We recognize that what's happening in foundation phase and the results at grade 4 in terms of reading is creating pressure. Because if you don't read for meaning, you have a problem. And we have to recognize that in this room too. I don't think as we discuss this and start populating the slides, that we ignore those indicators in our thinking and our thought processes. Because the last thing we want, and I'm sure Mr. Shlabani will also amplify this, is that we do the slides for the sake of the slides. I think this is a serious issue, and I think people in the room, certainly in the conversations we've had before lunch and also now post-lunch, see it as an important issue. So, Mr. Shlabani, I'm going to hand over to you. I'm going to pull up the slides that were sent through just before lunch, and maybe you just want to talk through, I think there are only 7 slides, and then maybe frame how we take this through the next 2.5 hours.
Sure. One question about
Go for it.
The table.
Sure.
I'm glad you have that table up there, but your indicator of fee-paying schools, right, is a critical one. But it's really, for me, it's a proxy indicator for so many other things. So you really have to disaggregate that, because then it will point to some of the things you have to intervene on, because they could be representing low resource, shortage of teachers, a number of other things, which will give you an idea of some of the interventions you may need. And across that category of low paying, there may be also some diversity. So I think it's a really important slide that you put up, but it's the start of a discussion. And I'm glad you made the point. It also illustrates the diversity across province and within province.
Absolutely. Thank you for doing that. And again, I amplify the fact that it is complex. You cannot look at the stat, oh, that's the stat. Something's happening behind that, both within the province at provincial level, and then within a district at district level, across districts, and then in a school environment where you could have a school next to each other, schools next to each other, where the one outperforms the other dramatically, simply because of what's happening within a particular school. We recognize all of that. We are not putting that up there simply for the sake of, oh, that's great. No, 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 we know there's a story behind the stat. And so thanks for saying that. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, colleagues, good afternoon, and thank you so much, Mr. Benjamin, for steering the work of the Commission up to this point. The two input presentations that we received, definitely stimulating a lot of engagement, and first starting with focus on AI, and I heard colleagues now moving towards STEM and defining what do we really mean by STEM. And it's very difficult for one to think about completely divorcing the two, because you ignore the technological advancement at the peril of the system. It is something that is here with us. We can't ignore it. How does it interplay with a bigger agenda of what definition of STEM is, as Juan indicated, that we may have to get to that point. One would note that we took 2 hours on this, the 1.5 hours before break, before lunch, and 30 minutes after lunch. Out of the 5 hours that we had, 2 hours went to all that. And maybe it was all that necessary. And as we are talking with Mr. Benjamin, and I said, we have a set of questions that we have typed. They are there. You have them in the program. And that we have to respond to those. But I was saying to him, I was asking to say, do we really have to go through those questions one by one like that? Or we go with the flow that is already emerging? But the other critical question that needs to be answered is, how aligned is what we are discussing to the template that has been shared with all of us, all the commissions, to say all the commissions are requested to respond or use this template. I'm going to take you through this template just to show you how the organizing team is requesting all commissions to work on. Okay, this is straightforward information, and perhaps we forgot to introduce our rapporteur, Mr. Elijah Nkosi. Can they see you again? Mr. Elijah Nkosi. They are my colleagues. There's a Chief Director, Curriculum in the Western Cape, is Chief Director, MST Curriculum in Mpumalanga. So we're working together. The work that we are doing, he's going to be our voice tomorrow, presenting that work. So this is almost quite straightforward. I'll come back to that, because we need to populate that. What is the purpose of this commission? What the commission needed to achieve for today. And the other critical thing is a problem statement. What problem are we trying to address? So that we depart from that understanding. And then the next slide, we are given this slide where we say, we need to populate this slide with key implementable insights. And I think the key word there is implementable. Implementable insights from what we are discussing around the issues of STEM. What are the things that we say the sector must go out there and implement if we are to address the challenges around STEM in the country? And they put a point that says, put them in bullet form, and only 5 bullets. So no commission is permitted to go beyond 5 bullets. So we will have to agree on what are those 5 things that we think South Africa needs to implement if we are to address the issues of STEM and drive the country or drive the STEM agenda in the country. And then if after identifying those 5 things, there's a question that says, so what? This means the priority levers are, we have to identify the priority levers, meaning the things that will bring the change there. If you address or you put these things in place, they should effect a change in the things that you say needs to happen. And then we are requested to come up with recommendations, top 5 key implementable recommendations. I assume we will have to go back to the things that we would have identified, which are the 5 things we are now recommending to plenary that South Africa needs to do the following things if we are to drive a very strong STEM agenda that is teaching for the future. I know it was another debate around the future. Dr. Chetty challenged us to say, in his mind, the future is now. And that the future is not something that is still coming, but it is something that is already with us. It's okay. That's why I say, you know, those are very interesting discussions. And then from there, we will have to indicate who should do this thing that we say must be done. It might be one, it might be a line function, it might be an organization, it might be a group of organizations or line functions. We need to identify. So that thing must be, there must be somebody who must ensure that happens. And then from there, we then have to, how will we know that it has happened? Those are the indicators, so that by the time we achieve it, all of us are clear that, oh, this thing has happened. Why? Because all evidence points to what we had defined, that for us to say this thing has happened, it is when the following has occurred. So we need to come with indicator, and they say, just give us one indicator, don't give us many. An indicator. And then from there, when do you think this thing can be achieved? So these are the things that we have to work on. But fortunately, those will just have to be just 5 things. What may be difficult may be coming to these 5 things. And once we have gone past these 5 things, I think everything else will be easy. And then from there, from a resourcing point of view of these top 5 key implementable pragmatic things, these are recommendations. You need to, we will put all of them there, the 5, we'll plug them there, and then from there we have to cross to indicate whether there is existing resources for implementing that thing. Well, and resources will have to define what do you mean, because resources, we are quick to think money. When resources include other things like human resources, for instance. When you say you can't implement this because we don't have resources, you might mean we don't have people who can be able to do that. Or you might say, an example for number 2, you might say, no, there's money, but money is lying somewhere. This money needs to be moved from where it is to here so that we may be able to do this. So that's where money is there, but in your view, money is not where it is supposed to be. We need to talk to the CFO to say, can you shift the money from here to here for us to be able to do this, so that the people that we said must do this thing, they must be able to do it. For instance, if you say, we need to write a new textbook. Okay, who must do it? The LTSM people must write this, must produce it. Where's the money? The money is lying in another branch. LTSM says, I'm willing to do it, but give me money. Now we have to say the money should move from here and give it to LTSM so that LTSM can do it. Teacher development might say, yes, you say you're introducing new subjects. I can help you train them, but give me money. Where's the money? So that's where the money may have to move from where it is so that it is then taken to teacher development for them to be able to do that thing that we have identified. And then where there are no funds at all, and we think this will require new funding, we need to be very clear to say this will require new funding. And we then advise plenary tomorrow that this will need to be funded. And then we conclude with a slide that says top 3 risks and how do you mitigate them. The risks are those things that can stop you from achieving that thing that you said you'll do it. So you need to be aware of it that, hey, I've got this thing here. If I don't keep an eye on it, it can take me backwards. So then you identify it. Yeah, for the things that we are talking about, one of the risks that come to mind is what we have already spoken about, the speed of technology, the speed at which it evolves. Because you might plan around a certain technology, and I think there were other colleagues who were warning that don't plan around a specific technology. Because it might be a buzzword today, tomorrow it might be something that is obsolete. So the speed at which technology is evolving might be a risk. I'm just giving an example. I don't know whether it is the right example. So this is the template that we were supplied with. How do I come here? I'm trying to. Okay. Now, I'm just going to, when I said we've got questions here, and, okay, yeah, presentation mode. We have questions here, and then we need to make a decision. Those who've got a program, please look at those questions again. It's on the last but one page, because we need to agree on how do we move forward within the time that is remaining. Okay? Those are the questions that we had that we needed to respond to. But based on how we were challenged through the basic education Lekgotla presentations that were happening, including the input presentations that we got today, there's one thing that we are doing here, and a number of us were doing that. Scribbling and just picking up from the thoughts that were coming from the inputs from the floor. Okay, this is just, yeah, the first one, the facilitators is okay, but the purpose, what this commission sought to do, I populated that based, and I took out of the program because it then directs what needed to be done. The purpose of the commission was to focus on strengthening STEM pathways for improved learning outcomes and future skills. It just comes out of the program as is. That is a purpose of this commission. We need to strengthen STEM pathways, whatever that means, for improved learning outcomes. And Mr. Benjamin was also showing the performance and the results there. Other people, I think others would argue that, listen, results and learning outcomes are two different things. What was flighted there were results. And that learning outcomes and learning outcome and learner performance are two different things. And that the focus should be more on learning outcomes. Outcomes, what the child is able to do once they're exposed to an education system. Not what score can a child get. What the child is able to do once exposed to that. And then the problem, just quickly, and these are not cast on stone, colleagues. The problem is that the persistent STEM participation and performance gaps and uneven readiness for learning for an unknown future is okay. The grammar there is, but it's all about the gaps that are there, and our leg in terms of preparing our children for a changing world, or getting the teacher ready to teach for the future and the learner who is learning for the future. That are we preparing them for that? But I just quickly want to come to this slide here. And there are all these things that were just thrown there. And other colleagues threw other things there. And I'm coming to the point of saying, listening to what you were saying during the discussions and the questions that are already in the program, should we follow that approach? For instance, the key insights, some of them, they were just questions, some statements and all that. You can see it's rough work. One thing that came from the floor was, what minimum standards should define a STEM-ready school in South Africa? That was one thing that came. The other one is around aligning STEM curriculum policies to the changing education landscape. The other one was STEM teacher empowerment programs that prepare teachers to teach for the future. Preparing STEM teachers to facilitate curriculum that prepares learners for the future. And some of them you'd see some overlaps, because as you were repeating what other people were saying and capturing, STEM capacity building needs to focus on two things: focus on educator development and focus on learner development. The poor mathematical and scientific foundational knowledge and skills, reimagine resourcing, including the use of low-end resourcing approaches. There were examples of tablets, Raspberry Pis, that were said to say, we need to reimagine what do we mean by resourcing. I mean, including teachers, when you're talking about team teaching, how do we deploy our teachers, how do we utilize them, and all those things. And promote and encourage learning that happens anywhere, in the classroom and outside of the classroom. And the other issue of the approach of compactmalize subjects. Yeah, where these subjects are instead of integrated approaches of teaching subjects and all that are we stuck there? And then there was also this one, educating for adaptability. Educating for adaptability, adaptable teachers and adaptable learners for an adapting world, a fast-changing world. Now, these are some of the things that, that came as we are talking. We could, because we've been asked that we must avoid operational issues. If you look at the approach to the commission, they're asking, avoid focusing on operational issues and be at a high level. What we could do in approaching this work, we could, remember, we need to come with 5 things here. We could stop here and say, what are the 5 things that we say we need to do as a country, in no particular order, and that we hold them in the basket, whether they are 7 or 8 or 9, and then we come to a point where we eliminate and we prioritize and say these are the 5 key things, because maybe the questions that are in here are limiting and maybe they are operational. But we need to be very strategic at high level. I need guidance from the team on, where is that? Yes, I want that blank one. Yeah. No, it's not showing. Okay, just a second. Okay, it is showing. So we are requested to come up with 5 things, and I would want us to work with speed, because I don't want us to come to 5 o'clock and people start leaving and our commission has not completed its work. I think solid work was done, and the debates that took place were robust. That took place before this point. Can I see by show of hands whether you support this approach where we say, let's go and list those 5 things? And they may have been mentioned as we are talking, or it might be something that is completely new out of what we were talking about earlier on. But as long as you feel South Africa cannot ignore this, and this is something that we need to do. I see the first hand and the second hand. Where's the mic? And the third hand. Yeah, we're looking forward, and 4. Okay. And we look forward to guiding us to say, let's go with the approach of identifying those. And if you've got one that you want to identify, colleagues, there is no wrong or right answer. I'm making a plea. There is no right or wrong answer. All the answers will be here. Then we will get to prioritizing and saying we are taking the following 5. Is there a mic? Okay.
Thank you. Seeing we got an hour and a half and I'm leaving at 5 o'clock.
No.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, we'll be leaving at 5.
Yes.
Yes.
So I think one of the points you had in the previous slide, and I don't remember us speaking much about this, your teacher preparedness. And Mr. Shlabani, one meeting.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I'm talking to the rapporteur. I don't want us to miss anything.
Okay, sorry,
Yes.
right. Listen, what I didn't hear enough of was teacher preparedness while it's on your slide. But more importantly, we can't have a one-size-fits-all for teacher preparedness. Because I'm thinking of our own experience when we were tasked 3 years ago, 4 years ago, to teach coding and robotics, and introduction or demystifying it. We took teachers from the primary school, your intermediate teachers and your senior phase teachers. Some were language teachers, some were across the system. They all had different skill sets, but they excelled because they had the interest first and foremost. So when you're picking and training teachers, you can't only think about the STEM teachers in high school. You also need to look at teachers in primary school. How are we going to embrace them? But clearly, how are you going to train the primary school teachers? And there will be some similarities, but you'll also have differences. So I think that needs to be factored in as one of the priorities.
Okay. Before you let the mic, I think you're agreeing with the minister.
Yes.
When the minister says we need to, the problems that are at FET, with STEM in this case don't start there. They start at the bottom. I want you to coin that statement, pointing the importance of building from the bottom, the foundation phase, equipping those teachers with.
No, to just correct you,
Okay.
we're not agreeing with the minister. The minister actually is putting forward Labour's position.
Oh,
because when we
so
agreed,
minister agrees with Labour.
yes,
Okay. Okay.
because we've been saying we celebrate at the end. We've been celebrating, making a big fuss about the exit matric,
Yes.
and we've been saying this for a long time as a collective at INCAT and our leadership about focusing on the foundation phase. And we give too little there, and I think that we appreciate that that's been recognized as an important phase.
Okay.
That, yeah.
So would it be something like develop and strengthen, I don't know which word to use, develop and strengthen the capacity of, the STEM capacity of foundation phase teachers. We could use
That's the GT.
the numeracy and
I think GT.
we say GET and not just foundation
yes,
phase.
GT, because I think in the foundation phase we have to agree, given all the tests, international and local, that the priority now is the the numeracy and literacy.
Yeah.
And we will get there. I mean, we will get there. There are teachers in the foundation phase who have the interest and have been trained. But let's focus the GET, because a GE teacher in STEM can step into a foundation phase and teach STEM concepts.
How fast can you type? Okay, yeah, because I was thinking that maybe we could work on the screen and clean it up. That first one we insert, and everybody can see what is being typed. And then once we agree on it, then we move to the next one. Yeah, and then that was a second hand, yes.
Sorry, Mr. Slabani, I just put that proposal. I'm not sure if it finds favor with everybody.
Yeah, no. We will clean them. We said we are not rejecting anything now. We just hoy everything. And then we will then prioritize out of what we having. Okay, the second hand is there. Yeah, you had colleagues, minister agrees with Labour. Yeah, yeah, because Labour, and correct, Labour has always been saying this. Yeah.
Chair, my proposal is that we need to change the problem statement. And one of the things I want to suggest is that we change something to either improving the quality and relevance of the learning experiences of learners. And I'll tell you why, because we need to harmonize the approach that we're using. Otherwise,
say it again slowly. Babangosi's type, go back to the slide on the problem statement.
To improve the quality and relevance of the learning experiences.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why.
It's fine. We said we just critiquing, we're not rejecting anything.
Yeah. The reason why I'm saying I want to harmonize the approach that you're using, because if we focus on the learning experience, we can use the theory of AFL to mentally prepare teachers to bring in, for example, Bloom's taxonomy to improve the quality of learning experience or high level of experience. And then we had colleagues talking about how do you use AI. So in terms of that experience of having the intention written and the deployment of resources in there, where do we bring in the AI? Where do we bring in the technology? What the content change that we are looking for, so that we go to the responsiveness of that particular subject, and we start off that with the early grade. So in terms of quality, we're saying high level of teaching and learning based on the Bloom's taxonomy and those expressions. And then in terms of the new content that needs to be included, the one that we are talking about, what are the relevant content that are required to be incorporated, but it must find expression in that learning experience, so that we harmonize the components that we are going to present, so that we do have, when we start off with the implementation, that the outcome is not a 67% to a 70%, but rather saying quality of experience are going to result in higher marks. So that's my proposal, Chair, that we harmonize the approach that we're using. We start off with a problem statement to say that focus on learning experience so that all contributors and role players can come in harmony in support of the STEM subjects that we have. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Doc. I think Doc says it's okay. He notes that we've got those 5, but maybe we need to go a step back, define the problem first, so that when we come with the 5, they are seeking to address the problem. Okay. Doc, and thank you for that input. I would suggest that the problem statement must be in such a way that you don't have to explain it. So you explained it, and as you're explaining, I was hearing you. But it needs to be written in such a way that somebody who's not in this room, when they read it, they know what problem we are trying to address. So I think about it, the proposal that you made, how we could craft it in such a way that it would align to the work of the Commission around issues of STEM, but at the same time, when we read it, we know what the problem is. There was a third hand, I think, the third hand was there, and the fourth, and then the fifth hand. And then maybe let's just hop around the problem statement so that we don't go all over the place. Are you on the problem statement? Maybe you could wait a little bit and invite somebody who wants to help us with the problem statement.
I rather wait for the problem statement to be established first.
Okay.
So I just want to include the word after quality and relevance of teaching. I think that part about the changing world and speed and things.
Okay, I think you're recording, eh? Yeah, give him the mic. Yeah, speaking
all
to
I
the
was
mic.
saying is that we're focusing on quality and relevance so that it allows for both the existing conceptual development quality and also for changes to take place to the teaching and learning experience so that we improve quality. So I'm happy with that.
Okay. Okay, anybody speaking to the problem statement? Okay. Here and then Prof there. Yeah, Prof is our technical person and Dr. Chetty. They are our technical person. They're observing this and they guide us on whether it makes sense what we are saying. Yes.
Yeah, no, Chair, I think I support what Rennie has suggested, but I'm going to make a slight suggestion with regard to where it needs to be located. But I think something that's missing in the discussion, which Mr. Benjamin spoke about, we should have started by establishing a common understanding of what is our understanding of STEM. And in the South African context, what does STEM mean and how is STEM implemented? Because I think currently for me, and that's the problem I'm having, is we're trying to deal with the purpose and the problem statement in the absence of that common understanding. Now, my sense is that STEM is about an interdisciplinary approach across these subjects, which then promotes issues of problem solving, critical thinking, innovative skills. So it's about these skills that we want developed, but through an interdisciplinary approach. So therefore, to assist, I think that which Rennie has crafted very well should possibly go into the purpose. The purpose of this commission is to improve the quality and relevance of teaching and the learning experiences in the STEM subjects. That's the purpose. The problem statement, in terms of my understanding, is a lack of focus on problem solving, critical thinking, innovative skills in the case of the STEM subject. That's a problem. And how do we resolve it? We then go to what Hema suggested, focus on teacher development. So then we look at what the 5 focus areas. But I'm saying the first focus area, even before you talk about teacher development, is for us to develop this common understanding and a common approach to STEM in the South African context. That's the first thing we need to do. Because I don't think we have an approach which we have adopted nationally in terms of our model with regard to STEM, whether it's a standalone, whether it's integrated. So for me, that would be the first recommendation in terms of what needs to happen. Then we can talk about teacher development, LTSM, blah, 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 whatever. Thank you.
So maybe what you need to do, because you got 2 lines, so maybe what you do is to flag a lack of definition as your problem, main problem. Because currently what you've got is, and I think that's an important point, you can't talk about a lack of integrated interdisciplinary if you don't know what is a national agreed definition of STEM.
Okay. Prof?
Address the issue, because what I was going to talk about in terms of the problem that was initially there, you've moved it up to STEM, because as it was written, it could apply to any area of teaching and learning, and not necessarily STEM. So that is addressed. So I think the question of the constraint, we are looking at different levels of constraint. Right? This is a more broader curriculum constraint, right? Because both the definition and whether you're taking an approach that integrated or still following a traditional subject domain approach with some interconnections. So that's one constraint. But there are other very normal, regular kind of constraints which people have identified, which apply normally in terms of the usual inputs to improving learning. People identified issues around teachers. In terms of the pathways, I think that question of pathways is still important and needs to be reflected everywhere, because one constraint everybody identified, I think even in the plenary discussions, is the lack of performance and foundational skills relative to numeracy. So for example, in the math component at grade 7 and beyond, because of the weak numeracy at the lower levels, you're getting lack of performance there. So I think that connection has to be made, because this early foundational skills question is throughout the plenaries. So you have to also reflect it in your STEM approach or somewhere, either as a constraint or not. Then teachers, some issue either on deployment, professional development, and so on has to. And then the third constraint is we have to say something around the technology and AI. I don't know where it fits, but we shouldn't lose track of that.
Okay, thank you. I would want us to get out of this slide. Do you have your hand up, Bamshat? Yeah, okay. Let's take, I want us to take the last hand, and then I want us to move, because I'm moving us at the jet speed towards 5 o'clock. And then we may have to come back and clean up other things if a need arises. Okay.
No, thank you. Thank you, Ndate Tlhabane. You see, let me just be quick and be straightforward in terms of technology and AI. And Prof, you are talking about different pathways. And the pathway of technology, including engineering and technical subjects, or vocational and occupational, is not really counted in South Africa in terms of T. And the president was busy talking about that. But I don't want to go deeper. I've even gone to different countries. I've seen what is happening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. That was the last hand. I think the point that Dr. Polia was taking us back to, that Mr. Benjamin raised earlier on, is developing a common understanding of what you mean by STEM. And I will just make a quick attempt to say, in the South African context, because it depends where you are. In the South African context, when we speak about STEM, we talk about a group of professions. A group of professions that require some specific subjects for you to study them, for you to qualify to become one of those professions, and we can list them, the list is long. Whether it's in medicine, whether it's in engineering, whether it's in agriculture, whether it's in technology, whether it's in what. So this body of professions, they're called STEM professions. And when we talk about STEM, then we don't remove specific subjects that you need to enroll for that will lead you to qualify as a professional in that area of STEM. That is what, and within the schooling system, basic education, because we're not talking professions within basic education, unless we are talking about teachers who are within basic education, who would be STEM professionals. When we talk about STEM, then we talk about a group of subjects that we can list that are in our curriculum. So we call them STEM subjects. So they are subjects within a curriculum. So that is in the South African context. Once you talk about STEM, I'm thinking about professionals, I'm thinking about subjects, I'm thinking, I don't know what other people think about when we talk about STEM. But in other countries, STEM could be an approach rather than subjects and professions. So, but here at home, we're talking subjects, we're talking professions when we talk about STEM. And we know what professions are those. When we say we are short of STEM professionals in the country, we know what we are talking about. Whether it's something that needs to be changed in future, we need to go back to the issue of, is it implementable within a reasonable time? There are things that are long-term, and we're talking about something, I think there was the issue of reasonable time frames. So would you agree with me that that would define what STEM is in South Africa? Okay. Yeah, there's an agreement that is, so we move with that understanding of what you are talking about. Once you talk about STEM within the schooling, post-schooling, in the job, and all that, once the term STEM is used. And I don't know whether there's no need for us in South Africa to drop the MST and align with the world, including other government departments. They don't talk MST, they talk STEM. Other government departments. We are the only department that talk MST. Yeah, nobody's okay. It's a debate for another day. I want us to conclude on this slide. On that slide, let me start with Omashni. I give you 2 minutes. Hem, I give you 30 seconds. And I give you 30 seconds, Doc. Okay, you want 20 seconds. Okay.
I'll take less than 2 minutes. I'll hand you some seconds. Okay, so I think you're right. I think maybe we focus on what the deficit currently is, that the number of babies taking the STEM subjects in FET is dwindling. And therefore the system needs to proactively react to what are the conceptual things we need from grade R.
Are you talking to what our problem
statement?
Is?
Yeah.
What the problem is?
So there's a deficit in terms of the number of children taking STEM subjects with some degree of competence. Let's go with that, because the skills that Dr. Polya mentioned are equally important. So it's not just the subjects, it must actually be embedded in all.
Okay.
Mashni stole some of my words. I was writing to sort, but on that point, I think more important, it's not that the learners are not taking it, they're being denied an opportunity to take it. Because if you look at the figures that you showed in, the previous, he showed the slide on the results across the years. And if you look at last year's, just take mathematics, Limpopo having the largest percentage, while in terms of numbers, KZN had the most who did pure maths. But Western Cape, being a large province, had 24% of the learners doing pure maths. Now you need to ask why. And I think we need to address the elephant in the room, that 100% pass rate demand. That is denying our children who can, given an opportunity to do pure maths. That is an issue. It must be flagged.
Okay. So the number of learners taking this subject is a problem, and there are reasons why the number is low. One allegation is that they are being denied. I call it allegation. And it might be true that they are being denied. So we use the term participation to capture that.
Sorry, Mr. Slavani, it's not an allegation. Umalusi accepted in standardization that there's gatekeeping and culling of gateway subjects in their report, in their public statement.
No. Umalusi, I think Umalusi is saying they suspect that there is culling. They don't say there is, because if you say there is, then you must prove. Yes. Okay. And the statement might be true. We are not dismissing it. Yeah, it might be something.
We're chasing a rabbit, but that's another commission.
Yeah.
Chair, I want to add to both of my colleagues, and in the purpose of the statement, add and increase the number of candidates, because we need. That's the purpose, as well as after the word experience, add and outcomes, because we don't just want a good experience. I love what Rennie says, but we need the quality and relevance of teaching outcomes, as well as increase the number of participation. Yeah, and just to add to what Hema says, I think we have a marker of 100% pass rate, but we're increasing volume and decreasing quality, and maybe that's good for the next steps that we're taking, so that we keep in mind if we're chasing the 88% pass, but we don't differentiate between what are good passes and what are not so good passes. We're just giving one brush to all candidates, but we need to differentiate between volume and quality.
Okay, no, great. Dr. Rennie, that is the last one. And colleagues, I think the inputs that we have received here, I would say they are sufficient for now. The statements may not be perfect, Mr. Q. The statement may not be perfect, but I think they are well thought and debated, and they are giving us some direction.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think it follows that if you have improved learning experiences, what they call this outcomes and participation will become better. So I'm okay with that. But I'm concerned about the problem, and I think we should start off with improving STEM participation and outcomes in the South African schooling system, and then follow that up with objects that will contribute to that improvement. But I doubt in our context it's going to be the integration and things. I think that we need
just before you change it, I think colleagues are harassing you. They are harassing you, but I think they just wanted me to say, how about you propose to Dr. Rennie that what he is saying is an action. It's not stating the problem. It's not necessarily relevant, but it might find expression maybe in the 5 things that we want to do.
Yeah, but the point I'm trying to make is that integration and interdisciplinary approach is going to interfere with the system rather than harmonize the system, because our current school system with the high numbers and practical application, it's just not possible to do the integration and the interdisciplinary approach. You're literally putting a problem in the school. So it's a concern. I'm going to express it and say it. I'm okay with the resistance, but I think I know what I'm talking about.
Okay. Maybe highlight integrated disciplinary approach in red, so that we don't forget it. We'll come back to it. Just highlight it in red. Yeah. Now that we have defined the problem, and I think, it was Dr. Rennie who said, let's first define what the problem is before we start solving a problem that we have not agreed on. I think it assisted us a lot. We then coming to what are the 5 implementable things that we should do to address that problem of performance and participation in STEM subjects? Okay, the first one, I think it flows from what Hema was saying. Strengthening ITE and continuous teacher professional development across DET and FET.
Sorry to just jump in. My point that I made earlier was that before we start with focusing on teacher development, we need to develop an agreed upon approach to STEM in the South African context. Because I'm not sure that we have that approach which has been accepted nationally and understood nationally across the entire system.
Can you capture that as the first bullet?
First, so it's about developing an agreed upon approach to STEM that is accepted across the entire system.
Is that approach to STEM education? Developing an accepted approach to STEM education. Maybe accepted is too vague. Maybe agreed upon is quite straightforward. Okay, colleagues, let's just throw them. Yes, there's another hand.
I think
remember, colleagues, we are also teaching for the future. Eh? Let's not forget that.
I also think that before all this has happening, the first thing that we are finding is our curriculum. Where are we going to stay and say we are strengthening our curriculum in such a way that all those things that we are mentioning can be realized? Because we can do all these things, but as long as our curriculum still have got these gaps that cannot talk to each other. An example of the content that I'm used to. We are teaching momentum, but we don't have got frame of reference in the curriculum at all. So in order for the learner to be able to explain an incline motion, a learner needs to know the frame of reference, which is nowhere in the curriculum. So we teach this concept in silos, and we forget that we need to have got a cognitive, what do we call, development of those content. So I find that the two, even the GET and the FET, the alignment of our curriculum, you talk about the what that is, that weight. Yeah, yes, I'm involved in FET. I don't care what is happening in the foundation, forgetting that you can't build a house without a foundation, whatever the roof is. So the curriculum itself needs to be strengthened in order for us to be able to continue to strengthen the continuous development.
Okay. How would that speak to the relevance that Dr. Rennie was talking about? When you talk about strengthening the STEM curriculum, you spoke about the relevance and something that, and I think once you say relevant, it will take into consideration the changes that are happening continuously. Yes, when we strengthen the curriculum, so when we talk about the curriculum, we're talking about all subjects. Once you say curriculum. Yeah, okay.
Sorry, can I just add, as part of the labor, we part of the curriculum strengthening group, and what ma'am's speaking about, I think just last week, DBE released I think it's circular 19, and particularly physical science, where during the process of the ATPs after COVID, core components were accidentally removed and they've been replaced. So hopefully it's the concept she's speaking of is in that particular circular. But it is for physical science that was actually removed, and they're doing that across all the subjects.
If you say strengthen the STEM curriculum to accommodate the demands of the changing world. Yeah, so okay, instead of strengthen.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can use the
Well,
word
colleagues, what do we say, modernize or strengthen?
modernize.
Can we use both of them? Can we say strengthen and modernize? Can we go with both of them? Okay. Strengthen and modernize the STEM curriculum. Okay, Doug is guiding. So,
The moment you say modernize, that means you're acknowledging you have a primitive curriculum? Is that what you're saying?
Outdated.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's what we are saying.
Okay.
Aspects of it are outdated. We still teach floppies in
Yeah,
IT.
And then you can't strengthen. You need to well, I would use a stronger word, because if you say strengthen an outdated curriculum, you're still irrelevant.
Okay.
So you need to rethink the curriculum completely, because if you say modern, firstly modernize, that means you're acknowledging that your curriculum is currently primitive and outdated. If you say strengthen, what are you strengthening that's outdated?
Okay.
But if not everything, yeah, that's my point. If not everything is outdated,
I hear you.
Then you're going to I propose we sorry, Chair,
Yeah,
I propose
yes.
we debate after we list a lot of the issues, because
Okay.
otherwise I agree with Prof, but you know it's getting to a lot of semantics now, because I think we mean the same thing: modernize, update, improve,
Review,
expand, review, reimagine. So that's the whole thing. I want to ask a question to the floor.
And I suspect a lot of people in here are scientists. they don't know the use of verbs.
No. Prof, Mr. Klabane, if I may, I have a question, and I'm not sure if it's relevant. I'm thinking policy, which is something. We're calling this a priority, but we have a PPN for number of learners and teachers. But we have one principal per school, not 10, based on the size of the school. If these subjects are a high priority, and this is a high priority, should we not have a non-one-size-fits-all approach to saying, for maths teachers, the limit is 20 per class, and not 40. For science teachers, the policy is driven by demand of the outcome, not by, you know, from the bottom up of one size fits all. We've got so many teachers, the basket, this, and I don't know what Labour is going to say about this, but we might want to rethink our one size fits all policy for all subjects into separate subjects. I'm just asking the question. The second one is infrastructure. If we say this is important, where do we deploy labs, modalities of teaching, which ma'am said?
Come with a statement.
I would say
on the
resourcing infrastructure relevant to this. You need to touch 2 live wires from a battery to understand what electricity is. You can't read in a book. Okay. You catch it. And the last one is possibly towards the strengthening of the curriculum, new language. My kids go to school, they need communication skills, but there's no subject as communication. They go to Afrikaans and English class. They need to problem solve, but they go to maths and science class. The relevance of the outcome of the material does not speak to the relevance of the profession that you were speaking about earlier. Should we not have a cluster of problem solving, a cluster of critical thinking, instead of, because math become irrelevant if you're just doing a lot of theorems if it's not relevant to a skill. I'm asking, I'm not saying that's it, but language creates culture. And if we don't say we're teaching you a skill, we're teaching you a subject, it suddenly becomes something part of gaining marks for the test.
Okay.
On the last point, I think I hear the need for that. But if you, and this is not hearsay, last year's
30 seconds, Semane.
Yes.
Yeah, we
the
left
South
with
African
50 minutes.
Yeah. The South African Human Rights Council's report on the schools, while it's maybe a sample, in terms of infrastructure, overcrowding, and all things associated, electricity, etc., are realities in South Africa. While we need what Sir is saying, let's take a township school that's built between houses. There's no space to expand. How do you manage that? What do you do? So we need to be thinking out the box and look at how we can help children in a township school to access a lab, for example. So if you're saying just schools, then it's going to be problematic.
Okay. Dr. Rennie?
Yes, Chair, this idea of creating clusters for skills and problem solving and things like that, and the way schools function, they just don't fit. You got concepts which children learn to identify objects in the world. They identify relationships in those objects to create an understanding of the world. And based on those things, they manipulate those things, those objects, in different forms to problem solve. And that problem solving situation comes.
Dr. Rennie, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Don't forget that.
Yeah.
I just wanted you to propose a statement.
So
the fifth state, I don't know how many we have. And the post provisioning, I had it. I just wanted to say, is it implementable? We do have PPN for other STEM subjects that require. The issue is lack of implementation. But the policy defines that in the lab, there must be so many learners. And so teacher-pupil ratio, I know they say we mustn't say teacher-pupil. We must say what? Yeah, okay, it's okay. Let's not. But I was saying the policy is there for STEM subjects that require a reduced number of learners. So the issue is the desire to implement. Yes.
Yeah. So
a statement.
What I say is to rethink the curriculum, and then maybe what we can do, we can qualify that to say review some of the content, and to improve at least infuse with competencies where we bring problem solving and creativity and so on.
Okay. Yes, Prof.
From the insights to the recommendation, because at that insight, at that level of the curriculum, because exactly what was said, later when you come to the recommendation, then you will get to the specifics. And I want to echo what guidance you gave at the beginning that was given. You don't want to get so specific in terms of the operational recommendation. So even that, I would keep that at a higher level. Something to the effect, and the colleague mentioned something about alignment. So we can combine that, stick with strengthen, because it captures, because this is still the higher level. And then in the recommendation, you get to the detail. So something like this could work. I can't even read my own thing. Strengthen and align curriculum, teacher development, assessment, and support systems. So you're capturing a number of things, and then in the recommendation, you can address specific aspects.
Can you say it again, Prof?
Let me read it again. Strengthen and align curriculum, teacher development, teacher professional development, assessment, and support systems. So support systems also capture some of those resources and so on that you need. And you'll expand on that in your recommendation. This is what we need to do.
Okay. Teacher development, assessment, and support systems. Okay. Okay. Strengthen and align let's say STEM curriculum. Okay. Colleagues, it's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's say we take those 5. And then I want us to come here. This means the priority levers are, okay, curriculum and policy review, resourcing, continuous teacher development. Are we okay? I think the question, so what, and this statement are not aligned. Because how I would understand so what, it means, okay, if you do these things, then what? Yeah, if we say, let's say we agree, we focus on these 5 things. So then what? Then we must be talking about impact. Yeah, what these things are going to result in. And we need to write these things in an impact form. Okay? Are you answering the question, so what? The mic, okay, give her the mic.
That is, I think in the implementation insights, you know, we do have a number of science graduates who are unemployed. So for me, the 2 things to think about is where are the science jobs and what will be the future of it? And also to be thinking about collaboration with, for example, the DSI, etc. So I'm just wondering in 2 things, 2 points. Careers and career guidance would be a critical factor to factor in the implementation insights. And then also to think about how we collaborate with our other departments, for example, the Department of Science and Innovation and Department of Higher Education, and training to ensure that, for example, the science students coming out are relevant in the world.
Okay. I think the point that you are raising fits on the first bullet, where you begin to list the stakeholders that could assist. Where is it? Developing an agreed upon approach to STEM education across South African schooling system in partnership or in collaboration with DSI, DHET, DST, universities, or we could just keep them in one word, all stakeholders. Once you said stakeholders, then you can unpack. Who do you mean when you say stakeholders? Okay. Where's the mic? There's one hand here and one hand here.
It makes it very long, but it may send that message, right? So an approach to STEM education across the schooling system, from foundational numeracy through senior secondary STEM subjects and post-school pathways. So you're looking at the entire continuum.
Okay. Say that again, Prof.
From foundational numeracy through through your bands, through GET and FET subjects and post-school pathways. Something that, so that even higher education, the workplace and so on is all connected. But I think you can just put it there and work on the language for your final.
Okay. The last hand, and then after this hand, I just want us to, or maybe we'll come back to this. We must take this and then come to the next slide where now we must assign responsibilities. Who must do that, the time frames and all that. That's why I said this slide is going to take us a little bit more time, but I suspect that once we come to the next slides, we are going to move very fast. Yes, Dr. Masusi?
Thank you so much, Retlhabane. You know, I'm looking at the so what part of it, the continuous teacher professional development. I think we have left the ITE, which is how do we, you know, see it being, you know, there on the so what? Yeah.
Okay. No, thanks for that input. Mr. Benjamin, I want you to copy this, and then we come to the next slide. I don't know whether you'll copy them one by one, or Yeah, maybe we could copy the first one. We come here, we work on it, we'll come back and copy the second one. Okay. Now, let's talk. Who must drive this? DBE? DBE must lead that. DBE. And the head.
Oh.
Yeah, we are saying if it doesn't happen, who do we hold accountable?
DBE.
Yeah, so that's when we say the owner, that's what we mean. Okay, and then what would be the indicator? Are we looking at producing a document? Okay, and an agreed upon approach document to STEM education. Concept document. No, but concept document would not result in. Concept document is you're thinking about how you're going to do it, and you communicate that. Do you think if we produce a concept document, would we have achieved that? Yeah, go back. Developing an agreed upon approach to STEM education. Why don't we say an agreed upon approach or framework or okay, framework on STEM education, yeah.
PPN. Post-provisioning norm.
What?
Not that one. What's PPN?
No. We still on what is the indicator for the first one. And then when do we want DBE to produce that? By when should this be done?
Monday.
1 year, 2027. January 2027, December 2027.
Too long.
January 2027. Okay, we are in January. DB is given 12 months to produce this. Okay. Yeah, okay. Now, the second one is review the PPM to strengthen STEM implementation. Who's doing that?
What's PPM?
Is DB, the post-provisioning? Is it DBE?
It's N, post-provisioning norm. It's N, not N.
Or M?
But that's work in progress. It's happening.
Who's doing it right now?
The people that
There's another commission, but who's driving? Is it DBE? Who's driving?
Yes.
Okay, let's say DBE.
Commission 3 is doing that.
Okay.
Yeah, there is a commission.
Yeah. Proof of evidence reviewed PPN.
Yes. Yes. We still got a Peter Markle one that's
How much time are we giving them to do it? Dr. Rini, how long is it going to take to agree on the revised PPN?
General PPN, but you can't agree on a PPN per subject because one teacher means 24 or 25,000 teachers. And does the DBA have the funding to add that extra teacher? It's just not practical. So maybe the teacher assistant kind of a thing could work, but not the PPN.
So what you say we must replace PPN with what?
I'm saying that maybe the teacher assistants could be a possibility to put them in the STEM subjects, just to support the teacher. But PPN, I don't think.
So you're proposing that we revise that number 2,
yes.
And what should we write? Deploy teacher assistants to support STEM implementation.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Technical assistance, teacher assistance. Yeah, TA means many things. Okay.
I don't want to start a debate, but I think we've got to be very careful to delete recommendations and solutions because it might seem difficult and expensive. Implementation, if we need the money, we must find it and do the right thing and not say it's too expensive to go there. If this is a solution to the problem, we're already diluting the problem by means of, oh, there's no money in treasury. And it could be for any solution, not just this one. I'm just cautioning that the difficulty and cost of a solution should not determine if the solution is the right solution.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Walters.
Just to reconfirm that was said.
Before you continue, I want particularly colleagues from provinces to remember that there is always a pushback from provinces when DB come with programs that require money. And money does not follow these things. So there are a lot of programs that are in the limbo because of, so we can't ignore the issue of money completely. It's on the other slide. Okay. No, fine. Fine, okay. Or do you mean where we will say you need new money? I hear you. Okay.
Can I provide some input, if I may?
Yeah, yes.
Just to reconfirm what the gentleman was saying, that we keep it at the level that you are requesting that there is an intervention or there is some review that's being done. The response from that review may indicate that the reality is that there is no funding for it and there's a counter proposal that is then made. But that will come out through the work that is being done. What we're doing is to short circuit the thinking that could possibly go into that. And in the time frame that we have now, we probably don't have the brain power to do that.
Yeah. No. Thank you for that. And thank you for reminding us that we are trying to solve a problem. Now, do not come with convenient solutions. Come with solutions that you believe, if not addressed, this problem is going nowhere. Okay. I hear the motivations. Okay. Now, IT. Do you remember at the top of your head the other implementable solution, the recommendation? Okay. Okay. Yeah, what is the time frame here? When should this be done? Let's give them a deadline. Okay.
They have 9 months to.
Okay, let's say January 2027 then. Or 2026. Okay.
2027.
Oh, we are in 2026 now. Yeah. Oh, 2027, I was right. Okay. Okay. Can we quickly move to the ITE?
Chair, I don't know where it will fit. You're speaking about strengthening IT, which is very important. And over the years, you do know, we work collectively, DBE, with DHET, to provide what's called the Primary Teacher and Education Development PRIMTED, that there be every senior phase and intermediate phase teacher do a mandatory maths and language as part of their teaching and learning. But that particular thing is a guideline in Mr. Tech. That should become mandatory given the poor maths performance and the teacher's ability to teach maths and languages. So irrespective of what if you're specializing in, you must do basic maths and basic language.
Would you agree with me that that would form part of strengthening IT?
Yeah, that's what I'm just putting it there. You need to just flag it somewhere that we can have to.
But we don't need to write it in here, but we must understand what is that.
Yeah, so IT, he needs to go back, input IT and put Mr. Tech in brackets rather. Mr. Tech needs to change to strengthen ITE.
Yeah, no, we are in agreement. We say the big statement is strengthen ITE. there are a number of things that will happen that constitute strengthening. And the things that you are talking about, compulsory English, compulsory language, mathematics, those are the things that we say, that is what we mean when we talk about strengthening. But we don't have to define it. We just state it like that. Okay? How will we know that it has happened? There are two things, the IT and then CPD. How will we know that they have happened?
Policy change. Policy has to change.
Okay, if you say policy has to change, then the statement must change. It must read, strengthening IT and teacher continuous professional development policy across GET and FET.
But then that stays with DBE. What about DHET's responsibility for ITE in terms of
they
Mr.
will
Tech?
have to change their policies as
There's-
well on
yes.
ITE.
Yeah.
So that's why I say ITE as well as TC or CPD policy. Okay. And when should that happen? Okay, Prof, want to provide
I think
guidance?
you need a much more, because
You're
policy,
keeping an eye on
anybody
what
can
you're
come up
saying.
with policy. I think you need a much more quantitative indicator. So the two indicators could be increased participant, increased number of STEM professional development, continuous professional development participants, or increased number of STEM initial training numbers. Either way, because you're giving two responsibilities. One to the DBE for the continuous professional development. So you want to see an increased number that are receiving STEM TPD, right?
No, it's not only about the number.
But that's
It's about the quality of the
but
teacher.
at least you will have more STEM teachers being trained on STEM in the same way in initial training. The quality
The argument
of it,
is that the more STEM teachers you have that are the same as the ones we have,
well, we could
the
say
problem
that
will not
the
change.
quality and number of teachers,
Okay.
some kind of
The
indicator.
quality
because,
and number,
Because the
okay.
policy, it's very easy for them to produce a policy.
Okay.
I don't know. To be more
Okay, Prof is advising that don't go for another policy. Yeah.
The policy has been improved. You know, 12 years ago, we had the integrated teacher education policy statement, the framework statement. That is ready to take to CEM. It was reviewed from 3 years ago. We've been reviewing it to keep abreast. And technology and digital skills, it has been incorporated both from international practice as well as the CISA, the African Union spoke of. So we've aligned it. It needs to go to, in terms of CPT, teacher professional development. That has happened. It's sitting with CEM.
Okay. I'm more drawn to the quality of this teacher than just producing more of the same. Then the problem may not necessarily go away. Okay, increased number of teachers competent in STEM teaching. Okay, can we also put that competent or quality in the recommendation? Strengthen strengthening IT and strengthening IT and teacher continuous profession. Or maybe after FET to say competent to teach at the right level. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah.
It must be
Okay.
Yeah, so your progress, your proof of progress must be a baseline assessment and a post assessment. It cannot be in the number of teachers. The change, yeah.
Can you say that again?
Because
you want on the indicator?
Yeah, you want to assess quality, right?
Yes.
As it stands, increasing number doesn't address quality. It just means you're getting teachers in the system that Exactly. So you either increasing the number of teachers or you increasing quality. If you're increasing quality, then your proof of progress needs to be a baseline assessment, and after the training, a post assessment.
Okay. Can we push it a little bit and say the indicator should be an increase in the number of learners performing at the right level? There's an output.
Yeah, because you're looking at the progress. What's the...
Is what?
As an indicator, we need to stay away from increase, decrease. It's just change in competence or change in number of teachers with X competence. But it's, we stay away from increase, decrease. It's just change in. So you can state a certain level of competence that you want to see achieved as part of the indicator.
And then you measure that as a number. Okay. Okay, let's move to number 4. We left with 25 minutes. We left with 25 minutes. The next slide may be a little bit easier. The risks we will see. Okay, number 4, strengthen and align the STEM curriculum, teacher development, assessment, and support systems. I think the statement is loaded, but we could come with one indicator. It's fine because they said 5. We can go outside of Lekota and then break this further into 2 or 3 other things. Who should lead the strengthening? I think it's DBE. Somebody was saying DB and D head. Okay, and the indicator, it's a strengthened curriculum, strengthened STEM curriculum. Oh, strengthened curriculum, strengthened teacher development, strengthen assessment, and strengthen support systems. So if you have to come to indicator, you'll have to break that down into several things. So it's okay. Let's put all the 3 indicators there as one statement. Strengthen STEM curriculum. Yeah, just take it as it is. Yeah. Strengthened and aligned. Yeah, strengthened and aligned STEM curriculum. Yeah, I think it's okay. We can leave it at that. When should this happen? HEMA curriculum strengthening. When should this be done? Yeah.
Yes, I got an email from Ms. Weston. It's been handed over to you, so you tell us.
So realistic time frame, would it be ongoing?
No, we've started.
Yeah, there has to be a time when we know that we need to check.
Yes.
So it's okay. He's saying 2028, and then we can always revise it and check. Okay, let's say January or end of 2028. If we say January 2028, we're giving ourselves 2 years, eh?
Yes, we are giving us 2 years.
Okay.
Because I'm looking at the process. I don't want to, because we don't have time. You can see from when did we start strengthening up to today.
Up to today, yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, can I say, because when you implement policy, you can't complete it in January and then maybe if we say, is it when September? September of 2027.
Yes, it's a year and a half already.
September 2027. We are in 2026. Yeah, okay. It's almost 1.5 years. Yeah, okay. September 2027. Okay. The next one, define resource toolkits for schools. to support STEM implementation. I think that one is easy to do. Yeah, it's DBE, and you can do it by January of 2027. Is it just about defining it or getting it approved as well?
You were saying January 2027?
Yes, for coming up with a resource pack for STEM implementation. Just defining it to say these are the minimum standards.
Okay, it's okay, January 2027.
Yes, okay. Not that we would have deployed all of them, but at least having a defined resource pack, January 2027. Okay, colleagues, thank you. These are the 5 things. Let's go to, yeah. I want you to look at this and tell me whether there are existing resources and some of them may need. But can somebody help me? What is the difference between reprioritizing funds and shifting funds? Because for me, shifting could be part of reprioritization. You're dropping other things and then you prioritize one thing. Yeah, it's very semantic. I think let's remove reprioritize. We must say existing resources, or we say funding available, and our rapporteur will explain to say, hey, we had difficulty with, separating these two, and we decided to say, we call this existing. The funding is part of resources. Funds are resources. But you are right to say, I mustn't just think about resources here only in terms of funds. Because physical resources, human resources. Then how do you reprioritize resources? Okay, let's take the human resource. How do you reprioritize it? Do you reskill teachers, or what does that mean?
It will come to, that one of reskilling.
Maybe it would be easy to talk about funds first. We'll come back to the resources. Let's talk about the two columns. The first one, developing an agreed upon approach to STEM education across South African school system. Does it need new funds? Do we need to shift funds? It's a no, eh? We might use existing resources to do that. We work it within what we have, existing budgets and what have you. Okay, so we leave it there. Okay, the second one, review the PPN to strengthen STEM implementation.
But to review might only need resources, but to implement might need new funding.
Review the PPN to strengthen STEM implementation. Why don't you say review and implement the PPN? After you review it, you must implement it. Yes. Review and implement the PPN. Yeah, STEM implementation is one thing. PPN implementation is another thing. Yeah, after PPN, right implementation. Okay. Yeah, it sounds a bit rhetoric, but it's okay. We hear what you are saying. It's fine. And then where do you put a tick there? Or a cross? Review and implement. A review No, it was a review. Sorry, we put the implementation on the wrong side. Review and implement. And yeah, we'll go back and change it. Thank you for that. Yeah, I'm just asking, is it existing resources? Is it shifting resources? Is it new, shifting funds and new funding? New funding. Okay. Okay. And then number 3, strengthen IT and teacher continuous professional development in STEM across GET. I think I think teacher development, they've got funds. Those people, it's about reprioritizing and ensure that, no, there's even skills levies and all. There's a lot of money there. There's a lot of money. Yeah, okay. And including the ETDP SETAs, once you talk about teacher training, they make money available. Okay, and then strengthen and align the STEM curriculum, teacher development, assessment and support systems. I think it's within the existing, yes. Okay, you can remove needs funding, shift. Okay. Define, not defined, define resource. I think it took it as an indicator that side. Yeah, yeah, remove the D. Yeah, resource, define, yeah, define. Yeah, by defining, I think you don't need additional funding. Unless you say we assemble teams that are going to sit down, but we can find money within the existing resources to put those teams together. Okay. Okay, let us go to the last slide. And I don't know, because they just put 3 there. I don't know whether the risk, we should talk to each of those priorities and identify risk associated with them, or we just took, or we could be 1 risk or 2 risks or 3 risks that we highlight there. What are the risks that could stop us from solving the problem? Okay, yeah, funding, lack of funding. How do you mitigate it? Okay. We could say lack of, yeah, maybe we could say lack of government funding, and then when we mitigate, then we talk about private sector as well. Reprioritization is a risk. Or the mitigation, okay. Oh, okay, and reprioritization. Yeah, because National Treasury tells you there's no additional money. Money will not come from anywhere. Do you think universities, the issue of universities revising the ITE curriculum, can the resistance that might come from the, or not necessarily resistance, but the reluctance?
If DHET changes Mr. Tech and makes that as an addendum, a mandatory requirement, then universities, although they're private entities, they'll be compelled in terms of teacher training to do that, Right now, it's an option.
Okay. So there is the slow finalization of the Mr. Tech.
Yeah.
The slow pace at which, or
Look, it's done, it's there, but it's as a guideline. What we're saying, PrimTED must not be a guideline. PrimTED must become a part of Mr. Tech, a mandatory requirement. Then all institutions, PrimTED, yes. Mr. Tech's policy. Within the policy, there's guidelines advising institutions that you should actually offer this for teachers for doing intermediate phase teaching or senior phase teaching. And so it's an option. I don't know if any university is offering it. It was a lot of work. 10 institutions were involved with Labour and DBE in putting it together, and SACE. Mela is there, she'll tell you. And we're not sure if anybody is implementing it. So if it becomes mandatory part of the policy, then anybody offering teacher education for intermediate and senior phase will be compelled to make sure basic maths and basic language is part of the curriculum there in the institutions.
okay. Are you comfortable with the way it's written there? Stakeholder resistance / reluctance / slow policy reforms?
I forgot CEO was here. Maybe she wants to add her, because she engages them more than I do. Say CEO.
Okay. And so how do we plan to mitigate it? Okay, we'll come back to that mitigation. Then, is there a risk of the uptake of STEMs in relation to STEM subjects? Earlier on, you spoke about culling and gatekeeping as something that can stand on our way. Okay. Culling and gatekeeping in gateway subjects. How do you propose we mitigate that? Punish the affected officials.
When we had the review of the Funza Lusaka bursary not too long ago, the higher education institutions that were there, every one of them concurred that learners are coming to the higher education institution with the NSC, but with no direction, no career direction. You got 3 languages, you got accounting, you got maths, and you got, math lit, tourism and business studies. What career pathway do you follow?
Okay, so it's Mr. Benjamin assisted us at consequence management. Okay.
Chair,
okay. The last 2 hands, this is the last slide.
Yeah.
These are the last 2 hands, and then I would want us to go back to those 5 priorities. I want you to reflect on the questions that are captured in the commission there, and see whether, I think one thing positive is that we agreed on that approach. We agreed that was how we are going to approach this. But I just want you to check whether there might be anything that we might have left out that you might lift and say, hey, this question here can help us strengthen that recommendation or something like that. Okay?
Chair, yes. Along with consequent management, when we celebrate the matric results, that it's an indicator of width and depth, meaning the volume of passes as well as the quality of passes. Otherwise, it's in the interest of the school, the district, or whoever to say, drop the gateway subjects so that we get the pass rate, but we don't give you a pathway. So maybe we should rethink of what we celebrate when we celebrate 88%. We should celebrate 88% as well as the quality of that.
Yeah, we are already doing that. It's called a basket of what? Yeah, the inclusive basket. We do that. We don't celebrate those with small accounting, maths, fiscal science. Even if they get 80, we don't celebrate them. Yeah. Yes. Oh, okay. Hema, that was the second hand.
I think my point is around attraction and retention of STEM teachers.
Okay.
I think that, to me,
It's a risk.
Is a risk.
Okay.
Whether
Can we add number
attract
4?
adequate STEM teachers, but the key point is also whether we can retain them in the system.
Okay. Because they are attracted to other industries. Okay. Retention and uh-huh.
Lack of suitably skilled human resources, sustained human resources.
On that number 4. Is it what you were saying? Can you say it again so that she can hear? Give him the mic.
It's similar of nature, you just use different words, I suppose. I just said lack of suitably skilled human resources, i.e. teachers.
Okay. And which leads to the problem of attraction.
Suitably skilled teachers.
Well, they're not teachers yet, but suitably skilled.
Yeah, so if they are not there, then you'll have a problem of attracting. So you agree that to some extent it's covered there? Okay, semantics. Yes, Emma?
The point Rian spoke about, the pathways, etc. I think earlier when Sir was responding to me, and he spoke about Sir from UNESCO, I forget where the other place, he spoke about the importance of equal emphasis. So you can use STEM in your technical field. We got academic, technical, and we got vocational. And pathways, now we must start celebrating all pathways because there are children taking subjects in all pathways, not just the academic.
Okay.
And you will be teaching STEM subjects in your technical stream also.
Yeah, I hear you. Okay. Omashini, did I see your hand? No, okay. No, it's fine, colleagues. Yeah, I want us to go back to, this slide here. And I just give you two minutes to look at the questions there and see if there's something very important in those questions that we might have left out that, in your view, must come back here. We had agreed that it's fine. Let's put those questions aside. We adopt an approach that says we're going high level because some of the questions might have been too operational. Okay, Mike, Dr. Rennie.
Chair, just a few things I'm checking. Not sure. The first one is foundation numeracy, or maybe it's foundational something. I'm just checking. That's one. Two, I think there's a repetition in terms of the strengthening ITE and teacher continuous professional development. And then you got the teacher development again. So I'm just checking whether that's a duplication. Other than that, maybe consider the order, but other than that, I'm fine.
Okay. Would you propose that on strengthening ITE, we must remove the CPD there? And then the continuous teacher development be captured in the next bullet. So that are you fine with it? Oh, okay.
So,
Mike?
I'm here.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, sorry, I forgot you.
I think for me, there's just something that for us to think about. We don't want the same kind of science that's created the kind of challenges we have. So for me, I think the one thing I would look at is strengthen and align the STEM curriculum and teacher development, assessment, and support systems for the changing world. Because, yeah, it's about the relevance in the world currently and for the future. So I think we need to somehow capture that. And and the second point is around. And the other point is around innovation, because science has to innovate in order to be able to help us to solve the challenges of that we experience currently. So I'm not sure how, in any of those statements, we might be capturing the idea of innovation. But that's just another point. I think when you look at it, you can have a look at whether the concept of innovation is raised enough within the...
It could be captured if we just add the I next to the stem, and it becomes STEMly. Then innovation then cuts through all of them. Would you want us to add the I? Oh, okay. Okay. So innovation is one of the skills. Okay, so that we don't separate it from critical thinking, collaboration, and what? Yes, okay.
And that's in chapter 1 of CAPS.
Okay.
I just want, if you'll allow, Rennie raised the issue of foundational numeracy. With the Human Sciences Research, HSRC, their understanding, or our understanding, we served on what was called a foundational learning task team a few years back, and that was basic education. 3 of us were in that, Ella's here, myself and Rennie, and it was about basic education. Foundational learning was basic education, which technically is the whole from grade R through to grade 12. And foundation phase. So I'm not sure, because I'm seeing it's being used of recent interrelatedly. Maybe the academics may have some view on it. Foundational and foundation phase. Thanks.
With foundational phase learning, we talk about foundation skills, which involves literacy, numeracy, and life skills. So perhaps numeracy shouldn't be there. It should be foundation skills, perhaps is all encompassing. Yeah. So then it could be, but I think maybe for the resources, could we also add infrastructure? Because we don't know whether the environment in the school is ready.
Okay,
No? No infrastructure?
Just a second, Mashni.
So resources and infrastructure.
Number 5 now. No?
Yeah, I think I was just adding. I think we were looking. Were we not reviewing the words of? Yeah. So I was suggesting that we include resources and infrastructure.
Define resources.
So resources typically would mean like the materials one needs,
Okay, so
but
we
infrastructure.
must remove the toolkit.
Yeah, because toolkits imply like a lab toolkits or experimental, but it could be resources and infrastructure because it's all encompassing.
No, it's fine. Okay. Melichiti?
Unfortunately, I missed out a lot, but I wanted to find out where do we, in all these engagements and recommendations, where are we putting our higher education institutions in realigning their teacher training?
It's taken care of.
Okay.
It's there.
All right.
No, thank you very much. Yeah, your thinking is aligned to what is that? Okay. Okay, Prof. Okay. Before you come in, let's take that last hand, and then I would want you to give your closing comments and your closing reflections and final recommendations.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think the biggest challenge that we experience as we implement the MST, I think they tried under RIS to raise partial what I wanted to raise. We have remote schools, so isolated schools. Most teachers, they don't want to go that far, and we're losing these good maths and science teachers. What can we do to make sure that as we implement the STEAM subject, those teachers are retained at that level? Because if we don't take care of that, those quintile 1 or remote schools, we might experience serious challenge because teachers don't want to stay there. Is there a way or incentivize or do something just to keep them at that level so that we're able to implement this? Thank you.
Look at number 4. I think attracting those teachers in the rural, I think attracting is all encompassing, and then incentivizing them. Would you say number 4 takes care of your concern? Attracting could mean into the profession, could also mean into those hard to reach areas.
Yeah, but when we're discussing, we're more on keeping them not going outside the education system.
Oh.
So yeah, if we can encompass it there, but also touch to those issues of keeping them in those remote schools so that they stay there and teach effectively. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, Babankos, you got that attraction into the profession and their utilization. I think that there's another issue that perhaps you could say attraction, retention, and utilization. Because then utilization speak to the issue that you are talking about, how we deploy them. Okay. Colleagues, I would like to invite Dr. Chetty and Prof. Jordan just to give us their final thoughts, their final input. Do they think that is a good start? There's a direction that we could take as a country? Is it speaking to the work of the Commission in their view, what we were supposed to do? Yeah, over to you, Dr. Chetty.
Thanks, Chair. Colleagues, I must say congratulations first. I mean, this is really progressive. I think what you plotted down is progressive in terms of thinking and what you want to achieve. But I think for me, if I had to capture this entire process through one point, it would be that it's broad enough to cater for any evolution of technology. You're not restricting yourself to AI as it is present, to any emerging technologies. You've kind of crafted this in a way that if come June some major shift happens, you can still move forward with this. And I think that's the progressive nature of this. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that unknown future. Okay, it's unknown future proof.
Yeah. Like Dr. Chetty, I also want to compliment the group. I think you've come up with quite a comprehensive approach. The one question that still nags me in looking at the insights in the prioritization, I I agree with, the word innovation seems to be missing. I don't know how we capture it in some form. You've included the future, I saw that, but the one I see is missing, no mention of equity. Within the STEM, a big challenge is that some people have access to STEM while others, for whatever reason, either like the person just mentioned the question of rural teachers. So somewhere, as you are finalizing the language, see if you can integrate the issue of equity.
Okay.
Either by referring it to at provincial level or somewhere.
Okay. No, thank you very much, Prof. Dr. Rennie, just a reflection on behalf of the basic education sector.
Yes, Chair, I'm happy with the overall process in terms of people's voices being taken into account. There's opportunity for progress to be made, and I think that it captures it in a way that it's very inclusive so that we can track progress, and also the fact that different items can function together to produce the outcomes that we're looking for. So the picture is looking much better in terms of saying that I think that if we put these things in place, the outcomes are definitely going to be improved. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Rain. I'll then give to my co-chair, Mr. Benjamin, to wrap up and close the session.
Thanks so much. Thanks, Mr. Shlabani. Just on behalf of the facilitation team as well as the broader team who was given the responsibility to manage this session today, thank you very much for your inputs and the manner of engagement. I think there was a very enthusiastic and constructive and thought through input from everybody. It's clear that you hold the issue to heart and you would like to see improvement over time. And we know that the commitment in our DBE colleagues who drive this process nationally is always evident. We'll experience again on Friday. We'll pretend we were not here during the week, and we'll see you Friday online. But thank you very much. Please understand this is an evolving process as captured by our last speaker, and we look forward to your ongoing engagement around this as we continue to review and refine with the idea of improving the quality of teaching and learning for all our learners, in this case specifically in our gateway subjects. So thank you very much and have a good rest of the day.
Yeah, send it to you on email or on my OneDrive. Oh, okay. Thank you so much. Let me forward it. Yes. Let me forward it to you.
Take you to a lovely session.
Oh yes. No, and thanks for the technical support.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Absolute pleasure.